Hey, bonjour, bonjour. We're told that we're running a little bit late, so we'll have breakfast first, and then we'll get into the agenda a little bit later. So grab a plate, have some breakfast. Aho, migoch. Aha, bonjour. La morgen tuk. Ni gaan ben essen digo. Bijon do tem. Ni us min karing bonje ja. Ah, I bonjour nenem. We wees go ek din morgen tuk. Ni weet ja te shwe. Ki is n shomis. Ki ma chi ga tegen no. Agamon. Weet is ja. Ki is basic. Se ma we shos kun mon chiga bakken get ma. Mi te shwe. Gwezi ma. Chibakken again. Terry Green. bonjour Mina, les magnetuk. We gaan in, ze mag ik shosh kunnen maken. We gaan je we niet zien. Ze gaan in de man, we niet hem. We tussen Mina api, met die moe, we gaan in dan je, niet be. We tussen je nongom, we gaan je tago zijn. We ze mag gaat kunnen man. Deze in die jagsa, kunnen je wat zo kan ook maar beisho, kan je uit, maar takamig. Mage ni bikang, mage nopeming, kaba mashiat suge, kaba moteat, kaba mutuat sugo. Mitishe, kanong gibe ma gatanoy to si. We just nekenin, distrigemin, itigaun jian, nikigozmin kaling. Ah, bonjour, at so kanag. Kaganer ni minigo. Wisni gegi no wana jigyang ma nongam. How mi gwach minan, mi gwach wikunden. How sa mi nekenin. Away which town ma kipakoniget a kinazi. I just gwach ma tish away, kwege injigagi jindang away nibe. So good morning. I was asked by Elder Terry Green to do a food blessing and also asking Mona to do the water blessing. So we'll carry on with that. Aho? Gotcha. Aho, miigwech. So this morning we started off with the giving thanks to our host drum for the songs that they rendered, Jesus Shomis, Miigwech, and the song from the male drum and the female drum. We also asked Terry to render us the opening prayer. We will be asking some staff to help out with the food and the water to distribute them. So while they're doing that, there is simultaneous translation devices available in the corner for the ones that want to hear Anishinaabe Bay language translated into English or otherwise. Those are available. Richard Green tells me there's only 20 headphones available, so you can ask staff or ask Richard to for those devices. I was amazed this morning that we had some bologna left over. You're going to get that for lunch now. Oh, bonjour. Yeah, I think so. Oh, miigwech, dinagige koyog, kamadok yate michim. The base, I want to say a big miigwech to the young ladies that distributed the food and the water. I also wanted to acknowledge our designated female elder from Nisachuan, Martina Strong. Miigwech. I'd like to introduce Reno Cameron, counselor for the First Nation. It was acknowledged that the chief is not available today, so I ask Counselor Reno Cameron to do the welcoming, please.
Allez, bonjour. Je vais wish to guys, protect you them. One Saturn doji, Wapsimun doji, Legacy doji. Name three communities because that's where I grew up and lived for a number of years. And I always honor them to my heart as close as I can. Saskatchewan here, Dolls, White Dog, and Eagle Lake is where I grew up. We apologize for Chief Gobanes for not being here today with the rest of the chiefs and all that. I also like to say make wish to our sacred items that are here, our staff, our drums, our elders, and our Grand Chief, and everybody else that's around the table, our visitors, friends, relatives. I see you guys every day out there working hard, except for Waylon. I don't know what he's doing. Waylon's a good chum. I grew up with that guy in high school, right from daycare to on, and now we're sitting at the political tables here. It just shows how close the friendships can be amongst each other with all of us. I will keep this short, just because I know you guys will have a busy day. Most of our singers had to leave too because I have them singing at another feast today, so that's where I'm going to be heading off, and we'll be back after, hopefully this afternoon, to sit and have some lunch with you guys. We wish to Terry and Martina too as well. Mona, if you're here, yeah, for doing the opening remarks and all that stuff. All you pipe carriers, you guys are welcome to our home fire of the Saskatchewan Anishinaabe Nation. It's nice to see other fires among the tables around here, our sister communities and everybody else. Like I said, we apologize for Chief Kobanes for not being here, but we stepped up to the table to speak on her behalf and to take those roles of chief, just to show that we have each other's back at our tables at all times, wherever we have to go in this nation, this beautiful country we call Turtle Island. That's how much we care and love our chief. we wish her the best and hope for a speedy recovery for my wife. I was kidding. That's it, done. Miigwech.
Aha, miigwech. I'm glad somebody else is picking on the chief from Wapsamong. He always picks on me. So I'd like to acknowledge Ogitita Francis Kavanaugh for some opening remarks.
Miigwech, Yugana Benes, Don Jones, miigwech. Pujo, Kanawaya. Hello, everyone. Miigwech for being here. I just want to say miigwech to our elders for opening our meeting in a good way. Miigwech Terry Green, miigwech Martina Strong, miigwech for your words. I want to say miigwech to Mona as well for blessing the water for us. Also, I want to say miigwech to Pam Big George as well for smoking the women's pipe. Miigwech for that. Also want to acknowledge the presence of Donald Kakagijik and the drum that was present. I mean the pipe that was smoked at the signing of the treaty. Miigwech for that, Don. Also, I want to express my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the many passings of our citizens in the last little while. I know tomorrow is another funeral in one of our communities, so my deepest condolences to them. Also want to say miigwech to Don Jones, Don Anderson for accepting the role to be co-chairs for our assembly. Miigwech for that. I have some prepared notes. Okay, good morning everyone. It's always good to see you all here. I'd like to thank Chief Kobenes and the community of Nisachuan for hosting us today. Also for showing us their generous offering of food. Miigwech for your hospitality. I had occasion to visit Chief Kobenes in a hospital a couple weeks ago, and we did have a good chat, and he wished us luck at our gathering here. So I hope she does have a full recovery. I know we've been friends for a long time, so with that, I'm hoping she does pull through. As one of our longest serving chiefs, Chief Kobenes has been a close friend and a source of good advice. It is always good to visit this community and be amongst good friends and good food. I look forward to the many updates, discussions we'll have over the next few days. This spring, we saw elections at both federal and Ontario provincial levels. The outcomes means that it's likely that both of these governments will be in place for the next few years. With these elections also comes opportunities to continue our work. But we also face risks that we must always look out for. I have always said that we have to work with our government partners regardless of who is elected. I hope that going forward we can continue to work in partnership where we can, but always defend our interests as a nation when we have to. At these times, when the politics of our treaty partners are so uncertain, it may be more important than ever that we come together to assert our jurisdiction and nationhood. When we come together, we can work together to better defend our treaty and our land. I believe that the best way to do this is to continue the work on our Inakunigewin by implementing our laws and harmonizing our ways with the ways of our treaty partners. We can make sure we all live a good life in the Anishinaabe territory of Treaty 3. Only by sticking to our principles, our teachings in uncertain times, can we create a better future for our children. Over the next several months, there will also be a lot of discussions with these governments, both good and bad. But I remain convinced that no matter what comes our way, we will always defend our interests as a treaty nation. As always, I thank our community host, all of our dedicated staff, and all of you for taking the time to gather here for the week. I hope that we all have a productive week and many good conversations. With that, Jimmy Gwitch, and also want to say that I have an appointment at 12:15, so I'm going to have to leave you for a bit. I'll be back after my appointment. It's nothing really bad. It's just preventative. You know, I have to have a visit with my doctor every 6 months. So with that, Jimmy Gwitch, everyone for being here. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Guchita, Song Kamaginang. I'd like to introduce Kituan Gizit, Cheyenne Badamir for some comments as well.
Buju, Minago Gigajab, Miguana Gabawek, Indigenous Kuching and Donji, Namain and Dodem, Gakanawa Tagazid, Indigenous Kanago. So my name is Cheyenne Vandermeer, and I am the Deputy Grand Chief for Grand Council Treaty 3. I just want to start with thanking Saskatchewan Chief and Council for hosting our Chiefs Assembly, our elders for opening us up our meeting today, our singers, our drums, and our sacred items that are here. One of the things I wanted to share with you, just back when I was in university, one of the things that I would do, I would have my headphones in and I would listen to powwow before my exams, and that helped calm me and prepare me to go into my exams when everyone's standing in the hallway waiting to go find their desk. This is something that always helped bring me peace when I was in a stressful moment. So I'm very thankful for our singers and our drums. This past year has been a learning experience for me, but it's been an honor and a privilege to help represent and advocate on behalf of our nation. I'm very proud of our leadership in our nation and the work that you guys do on behalf of your communities. At first, I found it really hard to speak in front of large groups, and I still do get a little bit nervous to do this. And in nursing, we're taught to self-reflect and how can we do things better? How can we handle things better? And for me, I was thinking, why do I get so nervous? And for me, it's something that's this work that I do for our communities and for our nation. It's work from the heart, and it can be very scary to share those things with a very large group of people, how you feel and what comes from the heart, because you don't know how people are going to take those things all the time. So I want you to know, as leadership, that I do put my heart into this work for our nation. I'm very proud and I'm very thankful that I get to sit at this table with you all in representing our communities and our nation. I often find myself referring back to our values when I was in nursing and in this role, and it helps to guide the direction and the things that I need to say in our meetings that we have. I spend a lot of time with our young people when I have the chance, and I encourage them to take on bigger responsibilities, because sometimes others can see something in you that you might not. And when Chief Smith, my great uncle, he asked me if I would stand for this role and if I would consider it. And I only went that day to see who you would vote for, who you would put in to help Ogichta with the work for our nation. And when he asked me that, I told him, I said, if you have really good reasons, I said, and you really think I can do this, I'll give it a try. I said, but those are the reasons I want you to do it. if you're going to ask me to stand. So I think it was last week, I had the opportunity to dance during one of our events in a jingle dress. And the young boys at the drum, they came up to me and they said, "Chief, can you give us a ride home?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, I can give you guys a ride home." And I told them about this meeting that we were going to have. And I said, "So if you guys had all 28 chiefs," I said, because we have 28 chiefs in Treaty 3, I said, "what do you guys want me to share with them?" And they're like, "Well, I don't know." And I was like, "Well, if you had to sit there, what do you want them to know?" And they simply wanted to share with you guys who they were. They just wanted you guys to know their names. They said, "Well, I would say I'm Kobe, and I'm Logan." I was like, "Anything else?" And they're like, "Nope, that's it." So for me, it's so important that you get to know them. It's so important that you know their names, and that you acknowledge them. Because in that, it gives them hope. It gives them responsibility. It gives them direction. It shows them they know who you are. They see the responsibility you care and how important they are to you. For this assembly, it's honoring our teachings. And for me, to speak honestly and truthfully, it can be hard when you have a group of people who can become set in a routine. It can become hard to share those things that maybe we need to change our direction. Maybe we need to look at this a different way. It's something I've challenged myself to do even when I feel like it might not be a popular opinion. During this past year, through the change and addition of this role for our nation, I've seen those who were meant to support me in this role shift for their own personal reasons. For me, these things have been hard, and it's helped me go back to our values and that I can only be responsible for my actions and my behavior in my representation for you guys as a nation and our communities. During these hard times, our kids, our community members are what helps me focus on the direction that I need to go and who I'm working for, who I'm sitting here advocating and speaking on behalf of. So even though I might not have the support from the people that are meant to support me in this role, it can be hard, but I'm very grateful for our chiefs and the support that you give me and the motivation that you give me and the passion that you have for your communities, because this is a very important role and it is a great responsibility. It's one I'm grateful for, and I want to let you know that I'm here on behalf of our communities. In my role and through this one as well, the passion that I have for helping our people has always guided me in my work. The love I have for our people in our communities, it always brings me back to working for our communities. And I'm very thankful for the support that I get from our community members. They're very proud. That is what helps me. I'm very proud of Treaty 3, and putting you guys on the forefront of my work is always the direction that I go with when I introduce myself, Treaty 3. And I'm very proud of you guys, and I just want to let you guys know that, and I'm very thankful. So miigwech.
Aho, miigwech. Ogichita. Miigwech. Kakinwat Gizut. I also want to introduce our co-chair for Assembly, Donna Anderson.
Miigwech Don Abuju, Mimente Gijguk Dishnekaz, Makwatu Dem Unigaming Dunji. Like Don said, my name is Donna Anderson. I am from Unigaming First Nation, which is where my mother is from. My father is from Shoal Lake 40. It's always important to me that I acknowledge both of them, their communities, and my connection to those communities within Treaty 3. I'm truly honored to have been asked to be here with you all today and to co-chair alongside the great Don Jones. I've long admired him and his way of, chairing meetings and facilitation and whatnot. I currently work with Treaty 3 Police. I'm their communication specialist, and I just want to say that I have a deep respect and deep respect for the many roles that each of you carry within your communities. I know it's a tough job to be carrying those roles and advocating for your communities and for our nation. I just want to start by also acknowledging that I am not fluent in Anishinaabe-Moin, so I'm always trying to learn though. So I'm going to be saying some words here, some Anishinaabe words, and it may not be perfect, but I mean no offense by them if I mispronounce or anything. I'm just trying to learn with humility and respect for the language. I also do want to encourage everyone too that we're doing a pretty good job here of when people are speaking Anishinaabe-Moin, that there is a bit of translation too for those of us who are not fluent, so I greatly appreciate that. And I will rely heavily on Mr. Jones here to, translate that as well, just for the benefit of those like me who are not fluent. I also want to give a shout out to the translators that are here. I warned them too. I'm going to be trying to say some Anishinaabe words, so I think you'll get an idea of what I'm trying to say, but so that's good. I do want to also acknowledge that this is my first time co-chairing the assembly. I've been a long time, listener and observer of these gatherings. I started as a student at Grand Council Treaty 3 almost 20 years ago. So I've, come to really enjoy these assemblies, and I recognize, a lot of people I've seen here over the years. See Sarah Mainville. I've actually worked a bit with her in Diane Kelly's office. I've worked with different Grand Chiefs, different units at Grand Council, so I appreciate all the hard work that the staff puts into putting these gatherings like this together. So miigwech for everything that you do. I also wanted to just also acknowledge that I may make mistakes. So I may stray from protocol or do something wrong unintentionally. As I mentioned, I'm still learning, and I mean no disrespect to any of the protocols here or your rules or anything like that. I'm just here to do things and share in a good way. And I want to make that commitment just to holding that space here in a good way. This assembly is grounded in the theme of moving forward in unity, honoring our teachings. So that means that we carry our traditions and our teachings forward while also recognizing the many voices and perspectives across our nation. As our Deputy Grand Chief had mentioned, sometimes unity doesn't always mean that we all agree, but it does mean that we show up with respect even when we see things differently. So that respect is just the foundation of what we need to move forward. So I just wanted to say quickly miigwech to ni Saskatchewan Anishinaabe Nation for hosting us here. I want to say thank you to our elders, our drum, our pipe carriers, our singers who rendered us those songs, and everybody here working behind the scenes, and everyone here that's ensuring that we are meeting here in a good way. So, miigwech.
Oh, miigwech. Donna? One housekeeping item, can you please silence your phones? If your phone rings, you're gonna owe us $20. $12 will go to her, 8 to me, because she made some good comments. As this is a National Assembly, the agenda for today is that we're going to get reports from the various committees and councils. The constituent council updates will be starting off with the Miziwe Anawanakut and then the Youth Council. Have a little break, and the Women's Council will be reporting, the Men's Council, and this afternoon, the Economic Chiefs update, the Cultural Chiefs update, the Environmental Chiefs update, and the Social Chiefs update, and of course, some reflections and closing for the Assembly for the day. We also like to announce that we have 22 chiefs present. And we have one that's online, and possibly another one will be joining shortly. So we have 24 First Nations represented. So that's the agenda for the day. I'll call upon the Miziwe and Wanakut Council to come up and do their report. Before we do that, I was also approached by Chief Allen for some comments before we start the National Assembly. Chief Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Giwid nebene sindigo, nigigusta minakaning na nonji, musdutem. I'd just like to indulge the National Assembly for a few minutes. I realize the agenda is, something that we got to abide by, and 4:15 comes along pretty quick. So what time could I allot myself here, Don, for a couple of minutes to adjust the Assembly?
You could do it now.
Okay, perfect. Bonjour, everybody. I'd just like to make an announcement to the National Assembly and my fellow chiefs that Nigi Usaminik will be looking at our own child care law. And I want to thank Waylon Scott for allowing us to observe his child care laws and how they conduct business. And it's really inspired my community to move forward in affirming our own child care law. So miigwech.
Miigwech. Chief Allen? Miziwe Wanakut? Yes, Chief Scott?
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. There you go. Good morning. Pitan Kut Dijnikas, Bijiu Dotem, Dogumak Anu, Wapsung. Just for the record, I'm not going to call you the great Don Jones like Donna said. I wanted to take this opportunity to address the chiefs as well as the National Assembly. And this is in respect to our brothers and sisters in Alberta that are being threatened with separation. I was wondering if we would be able to use this opportunity here as a National Assembly as well as a Chiefs Assembly to collectively show our support to Treaties 6, 7, 8, and 10, to let them know that Treaty 3 stands behind them 100%. And if there's any support that we can lend to them as Treaty 3 nations, whether it's a moral support or a declaration of support from Treaty 3, maybe that's something that we could do. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Scott. So the Grand Council will take that under advisement and have something prepared. Okay, can we ask the Miziwe Wanakut to come up and do a presentation?
Miigwech. Thank you, the ever good Don Jones and Donna Anderson. Nija Gabo na Dishtika Zabishko Kang Ndonji Atik no Dodam. I don't have a presentation up on slides, but I'll just give a quick brief update. We haven't really been attending events really within the Treaty 3 territory, but I sit on the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, and I was formerly the co-chair of that council on the National Youth Council as well. I think it was March that we did a reselection, so I no longer sit as co-chair on the OFNYPC, and we have new co-chairs from, one is from Chief Scott's community, Wabsmung, and Carter's been doing great in that role, and we have another from the Anishinaabe Nation as well. lately the OFNYPC has been meeting with the Chiefs of Ontario, NAN, and Anishinaabeg Nation. And we're really advocating with NAN and the Ring of Fire communities against Bill 5. And I really want to iterate the fact that Bill 5 will not only affect NAN, Anishinaabeg Nation, and the southern communities in Ontario, but it will affect us. And so I just want to advocate that here. And then for our council selection, we hope to do another selection this year, as this is our 4th year serving this council. But that's my quick little update. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Do we have a Executive Council member available?
Bonjour, good morning, everybody. My name is Mallory McConaughey. I'm the Child and Youth Policy Analyst at Grand Council Treaty 3, and I will be representing the Youth Council members today. Unfortunately, we did not have anyone attend today, and we won't be providing an update. As we're moving into the new fiscal year, we're going to prioritize more involvement and engagement with the Youth Council, as we want to ensure that their voice is being heard not only throughout our work, but in our communities as well. So, thanks. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Oh.
Bonjour. I just have a question about the Youth Council and their presentation. Why are they not active?
Okay, can you come up and answer, please?
In terms of the involvement with our Youth Council, we do have some that are participating in activities. I know that we do have some that have been attending Chiefs of Ontario's meeting both in person and virtually. However, I find the involvement and the engagement has been difficult due to a lot of them being post-secondary school out of provinces. Some have full-time jobs. There's other things going on in their life, whether they have people passing away or they're transitioning out of their role. So we found that during this time, it's been hard to get that engagement from the Youth Council.
Aho, miigwech, Agama Khan, and also the answer. Any other questions? Chief Tom?
Paksinoa. Boro, wakyat gutus nikas, wakandotem, dogi makanyo nut kamigwaning. Nimigo chaga gi pakinigiat, kigagi gitoat, we ne. Chizaka setting ma. Waga take anagab, katizishinot. Jiktalan e nogomanan, meji ne nogomanan. Panegi no the man nagomanan, anana ite ne bag. Mishom sag, wajash konikum gaigunjiat, skis gaijan kazuat. Kini boyan, bazangwab. Mige non doga gi nagamuat. Jiktanan. Goegea mi gunag kayat kaganen mi going. Poganag. Niminandan magi na matabiang ki bizin daman. Oegi bakini ging. Ni bego magat sin damen. Kinamat tabing. Wasya ni kanato ni kanato tani. Oe kagit sin namuat LGBTQ IA youth. Jitte go chaba chayat. chizaga setiat. Zamem sanagat kya bano ching way gaat two spirit ka yat jitago chiwiching itonik last fall mi bejogon ay kitoat kan gisaga seti siog jitago chizaga setiat not kami ganing ayang migen ana gachang itonik obinot chog uwe gega kas nagi guat uwe niche mind ka yat spirits ni bago al ni chaga nag ki hogi ka to na gi kenya mananik ski ja yat ka chkeo kangeo gi na de zimen gi menandan ki bia yat ki da bagwang in ki nat zat kanish namya panetizen the main 7 teachings respect ka jen ka tek min ke jen ana ga ten man mishanda ane anjino nega gi getan zam baget tog tashkui jaga nyamat mimma nei je wetan chat chikta go zat chisaga setyat tam nibo ogat keba oet te bit bachmon ki nat zat mi mai go chimi wach
Aha, miigwech, gumakan. Aha, ginon dago. Dawin wan da mange chige out there. She's a good yacht. Miigwech. So this is a recommendation from Chief Tom that these two councils might engage in a pipe ceremony and also do some offerings and do some of the traditional ways that we honor each other. So that message is loud and clear. Miigwech. Any other discussion? Okay, if not, we'll take a break. And after the break, we'll turn the mic over to Donna to take us into lunchtime. Short little break, 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good, because that's what it says on here. Hey, I didn't get a chance to finish talking to you. I have a question, a request, actually. and that big loud drum beat, unfortunately, it's just me calling everybody back to order. So if we can just have everyone grab their seats, maybe pause their conversations till we break again for lunch, that'd be greatly appreciated. We want to make sure that we're settled in for our next updates. All right, Miigwech. I was asked to remind everybody that there are vendors outside. So there are informational booths, I believe some crafts. So those are located just outside under the big white tent. So if you have a moment, maybe you need to take a little break, or perhaps during the lunch hour, we encourage everyone to go out and visit those vendors. I also believe that many of our Grand Council Treaty 3 units, our departments have their information out there as well. So if you are looking for reading material and whatnot, those are available as well. You'll also notice that as part of your packages, there is QR codes. So if you are wanting to look at updated agendas, especially if there's any sort of drastic changes, which fortunately we haven't experienced yet, but that may come over the next couple of days, you'll be able to see those changes on that updated agenda. All right, so we are going to hear from two more constituent councils that make up as part of our Treaty 3 nation. It's very exciting that we get to have them here presenting, what they've done sort of in service to the nation. What they do, their work is very important. So it's good that we have them here and that we're showing our support for what they do as well. Our first one that I'm going to call upon is the Gakidu Ekwewag Women's Council. So if we can have a representative, or perhaps all the representatives of the Women's Council, just come forward and we will continue on with that update from them. We can bring you the mic. Yeah. Oh, she's going to go first.
Who's first? You?
Bonjour. Shokyang token the go, Makwando dem, Wabaguni, Sakaigan, Nishna Beg and Doji, Wanangang and Danongom. I'd like to acknowledge the drum and the sacred items here, and the elders, and everyone here in attendance, the chiefs, and my fellow council members, and the other council members that are here, and any youth that are here. My name is Crystal. I'm from Wabigoon Lake. I currently live in Sulakot. I'm a wife, I'm a mom, I'm a grandma, and I also work in the community at Healing Lodge in Sulakot. So I'm just going to summarize what I've been up to. I also should say that I sit in the East. I represent the communities in the East, Wabonong. So we started off our year with an official meeting. Back then it was with Debbie Lipscomb. The meeting was held over Zoom. The purpose of that meeting was to strengthen coordination with our leadership to address operational needs and prepare for a February ceremony. So the key requests and needs of that meeting, we're going to discuss updates and concerns and the ceremony logistics. we requested a shake tent ceremony to give us direction and guidance how to move forward as a women's council. And we also decided who would be responsible for reaching out to somebody who can conduct that ceremony. And this person was located in Manitoba. And we did go to that shake tent ceremony. And we did receive our guidance. And further, we were able to address concerns how we could meet more frequently, because all four of us have been, we have our responsibilities to our family and our work as well. And we wanted to hopefully meet at least once a month. Grand Council Treaty 3 provided us laptops. In February, I attended Manitou Akianakanagewan with the Experimental Lake. It was a partnership meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to review Manitou Akianakanagewan, the authorization process, and to strengthen the relationship framework through cultural protocols and shared decision-making. The key outcomes was reaffirmation of collaboration and ceremony as central pillars, recognition of the vision for Anishinaabe, Nibe, and Nakanagewan, and proposed the Spring Nibe Walk for international dialogue. The commitments were the 4 R's: responsibility, respect, rights, reciprocity. And the recommendations at that meeting were that we were to establish an elders advisory committee and consider annual standardized meetings. The importance, I guess, of that meeting was to ensure that it aligns scientific research with Indigenous law, strengthens trust, and promotes Indigenous-led environmental stewardship. In March 8th, I was able to meet with a journalist from APTN. The program is APTN Investigates, and it's microplastics in the Indigenous communities of Treaty 3. The purpose of this was to document how microplastics impact Treaty 3 lands, waters, and communities. The next steps for that was to have council members invited to participate in interviews and to support available for coordination and background materials. The segment will air June 21st on National Indigenous Peoples Day, International Indigenous Peoples Day. The importance of that was to raise national awareness on Indigenous environmental concerns and supports the voice of Treaty 3 in public media and policy. Recently, May 5th, I attended the MMIWG2S+ Healing the Circle gathering in Fort Francis at the Rendezvous Hotel, where presentations and there was guest speakers sharing their lived experience and their stories. The gathering was focused on healing, justice, and honoring those impacted by violence. And the importance of that was to support healing through presence, listening, and advocacy. It reinforces the Council's commitment to cultural strength and community. I did have a final note and some requests for that experience there at Healing the Circle gathering. That Women's Council, to have a timely leadership engagement is respectfully requested to address the Executive Women's Council operational needs and confirm support for upcoming initiatives. Because there were comments that were made about how our Women's Council usually do a presentation that was held there. And a meeting was supposed to be held prior to this event, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the meeting could not be arranged in time. And this meeting was to discuss the Red Ribbon campaign. Ongoing collaboration between Grand Council Treaty 3, Executive Women's Council, Experimental Lakes, and external partners is essential to advancing cultural, environmental, and community goals. That's all I have, Miigwech.
Bonjour. Thank you, Crystal. Bonjour. Naway kamagok digo zungatashi ken digo etik totem nangashing nanonji. I represent the South. My English name is Pamela Big George. I think for myself, I haven't attended as many of the events that I would like to, but I did go to 4 that I feel are really important to me. We had been asked by Grand Council, and this is by Debbie had asked us what our interests were, our interests and our goals. So we submitted those. We submitted a picture of ourselves, a bio, and those things to her. And these were to go to the technicians at Grand Council, and they were also to go to the chiefs. And I don't know if you received them, but they're like this thick. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that really tells you guys a lot about what the Women's Council would like to do. Previously, we've been having problems with communication and with the leadership at Grand Council. I'm being honest when I say this, but since recently, it's changing, and I'm really grateful that Karen is here. She's really done a really awesome job of getting us together and organizing us, and thank you to Derek as well for listening to us. So for myself, in November, I did attend the Leadership and Elders Gathering in Thunder Bay for the child care law. I went there as the elder for my community. For those of you that don't know, I am considered an elder in my community. I think from there, one of the things is there was a lot of confusion about the child care law and how it affects our communities, our individual communities. And I think more meetings and more engagements need to take place, and just to see where everybody is at, because I know people are still moving in different areas. Like some are really ahead, and like Wapsamung has their own already. I know Big Island or Nangashing, we're working again on it. We're going to be starting the process up again, as I was told. In March, I went to the drug strategy in Winnipeg. And this one really, for me, these things that I'm talking about are really close to my heart. The drug strategy itself, recently, and I'm going to share something really deep. My son started drinking again. He's been sober for a long time, but he went off the deep end, and he tried to commit suicide when he was under the influence. And it kind of reminded me again where we need to work. I'm a mother. I'm an auntie, an awesome auntie, an auntie grandma. But we need to really work on this drug strategy. It's really affecting a lot of our communities, our young people, our families. So that's one of the things that I really want to see movement on too. I attended we were invited to go to an ABIC conference in Thunder Bay, and there was a little bit of a miscommunication, but thankfully I was able to represent Grand Council Treaty 3, and I was able to do a presentation for them, which they really loved. So, and I think they're going to be asking us to partner with them to help them with their declaration. I also attended the Nibe Walk on April 24th in Fort Francis. It was really a learning experience for me as well. And I think it really felt really good being near the water. But I think that too was a learning experience in that each of the communities does things differently. We are 28 different First Nations, but we all have common grounds to come to. So I think for me, the relationship is with the land and the water and the people. And I really love that word, harmonizing, coming together as a nation. I really love that, moving forward in unity. I really believe that, and honoring our teachings. I felt really honored this morning when I was asked to smoke the women's pipe, and I could just feel the power of it here in this room. And I have to ask for forgiveness too, because normally I would acknowledge all the sacred items that are here first. But I think they'll forgive me for that too. Because I really love the ceremony. It gave me life back too. It helps me on my own healing journey. And I always talk about it openly. I don't have anything to be ashamed of. I don't have anything to hide. And I speak this in front of the drums, the staffs, all of you, the chiefs, the community members that are here, our elders, our youth. And that's another thing that I wanted to mention is as one of the chiefs had mentioned, that how come they're not here? That's something that tells us something. It tells us that, you know what, we need to do better to engage our youth and our women too. For a long time, all of us here felt like we weren't really being heard. Yeah, you see us sometimes, but we weren't being really listened to. And that's something that I felt too, because I actually felt like quitting. And I thought, you know what? No, don't. I actually got talked out of it too by a really good friend of mine, and he said, you have a really good voice. Use it. You're not bad looking either. No. But he was just trying to make me feel better because I was feeling down in the dumps. I'm happy to report that my boy, I know he's an adult, but he's in detox right now, and he's going to be going to treatment, and this is of his own volition. He wanted to go. So I'm just so grateful for that. I also wanted to say, with regards to the environment, we know there's a lot of things happening with the nuclear waste management. I would like to know more about it. I myself am not an expert on it, but I'd love to be. I know I care about the land, I know I care about the water, and I know all of you here too do. I'd like to see more presentations done in the communities. I want that to come to my community as well. And the children, about the child care law. I work as a band rep, and I see kids still falling through the cracks. And we need to work on that more. We need to think about not only the kids that are in our province, but there's kids that are across Canada, in the States. We can't forget about them either. Our community members there. So, and I have to apologize because normally I do provide a written report, but I thought, you know what? I don't feel like it this time. Is anybody even gonna read it? Does anybody ever look at it? So I thought, no, I'm not gonna do it this time. Even though every ounce of my professionalism said, oh my God. So I'm speaking from my heart. And I do believe I am a really good representative for the Women's Council. And I did stuff behind the scenes. I wrote letters because I wanted to work with the leadership. I didn't present any of those because the leadership knows. So that's it for me. And if anybody ever wants to come and talk to me or invite me to your community, then you know what? I'm here. And I'm really grateful for my workplace for letting me come to these assemblies, to these events. They're so understanding, and I love that. And we need more of that because all of us, well, maybe not me, but they're young. They're young working moms. You know, we have to take that into account because it's a changing dynamic. And I'm happy to report I found a place, so I won't be homeless anymore. Sorry, I had to say that because for the past 6 months, I've been going through a divorce, and I had to move out of my house, and I didn't have a place to live. But now I do. Miigwech.
Forgive me, I'm just getting over a cold. Buju, in addition to cause, ZBE Kweomuskustudem Neashim Donji. My name's Brittany Kobenes. I'm a mother of 3 beautiful children. I'm from the Elk Clan. My community is in Buffalo Point First Nation. I think this is like my 2nd term on council. I represent the western side, I guess. Yeah. I only attended 2 things so far, I think. I made a report. I thought it was going to be like on the screen so you guys can see. I had like pictures and stuff, so I'm just going to read off of my thing here. So I attended a drug task force meeting on October 10th to the 11th of last year. So with the meeting summary, the key takeaways was lack of resources. Many communities are struggling with limited access to recovery centers, family healing programs, harm reduction services, and other essential support systems. The need for community-based solutions is a strong belief that Indigenous communities should develop and run their own recovery centers rooted in local culture, teachings, and support from elders instead of paying, say, like an outside organization like $30,000. When I sat there and listened to this one recovery center, they said their admission fee was like $30,000, and I kind of stood up. I was like, why would we pay that when we can just, you know, gather together and just put that money into our own communities? That's what I thought. With the funding opportunities, it was suggested that more effort be made to explore provincial and federal funding options to support these community-based solutions. My personal reflection was the motivation for attending this meeting stemmed from personal experience with addiction. Like many others, I have struggled with challenges that are often hidden due to stigma and shame. The gathering reinforced the importance of creating safe, supportive environments where individuals can speak openly and seek help without judgment. It is essential that we as colleagues, family members, and friends learn to support one another through open communication and empathy, especially in settings like this where shared experiences can foster healing and solidarity. Call for support and change. Emphasis was placed on creating safe spaces where people feel comfortable sharing and seeking help without shame. Community gatherings and teamwork are crucial in supporting each other. I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast. I also attended the MMIWG2S Plus Healing Circle on May 5th. I had the opportunity to attend this gathering located in Fort Frances, Ontario. I enjoyed listening to presenters and guest speakers. Afterwards, we all had the pleasure of enjoying the round dance that took place afterwards. Reflections on human trafficking and community healing. During the gathering, I had the opportunity to listen to a woman share her sorry, my lettering's like really tiny on my paper. I had the opportunity to listen to a woman share her deeply personal and painful story on being trafficked in Winnipeg. Her experience was heartbreaking. The pain and trauma she described were beyond anything I could imagine. Hearing her speak so openly and bravely reminded me of how urgent and serious this crisis is for our women, especially here in our territory. Human trafficking is a horrific reality that continues to affect our communities. It's happening right here, targeting our sisters, our daughters, our mothers, our aunties, and our cousins and our friends. We need to be more vigilant. Excuse me. We need to protect one another. We need to stand together and support each other in every way we can. This issue is personal for me. My family has been affected by the dangers faced by Indigenous women. The pain and fear are real. That's why gatherings like this matter so much. They help raise awareness, build community, and create healing. And I also wanted to share a good moment from the event at the round dance. It was a really good experience because I attended with my daughters and my son, Wike. He's usually very shy, but that evening he stepped forward, he brought his hand drum, and he sang with the youth and adults in attendance. Seeing him take part surrounded by our people was something I'll never forget. These kind of gatherings are important for healing and for connection and for culture. I truly hope we can continue to organize and support more events like this. They bring strength to individuals, families, and our whole nation. That's pretty much all I wrote for my report. Don't really have much to say, but I don't know, I just had to laugh earlier because I saw the native and Elvis over there. I was like, like I'm reading my report and I'm just looking over there. I'm like, oh my God. But miigwech, thank you for listening. Sorry, I'm just getting over my cold. So hopefully you guys heard my presentation. Miigwech.
In the building. Bonjour. Wapske nimiki benesi dago ki wait nung noden akwe dago ge nemeni dontam peshko mate peshko kang don jaba hobish kang ingiwe. My English alias is Mona Gordon. I sit and represent the northern doorway of Treaty 3. I just want to acknowledge all our sacred items, our pipes, our drums, our staffs, our feathers, and acknowledge Miigwech and acknowledge the chief and council of this community of Dolls, Lorraine Kopanes. I know she can't be here with us today, but you know I'm very grateful for you all for having us in your community. It's so nice to be able to see the communities of Treaty 3. I want to acknowledge the Ogichta, Kwewik, and thank all the chiefs for being here as well. Our elders, miigwech, for our elders with the opening prayers and ceremonies. I'd like to acknowledge our grandmother here, Ida Skeed, who's always there to guide us in our meetings. And for myself, I didn't write up a report either. I was feeling a little disconnected, and I have to be honest with everyone here in Assembly. My cup was feeling a little empty, and I was finding it difficult to pour from an empty cup. And so I apologize because I know I too have been, I haven't been as active. I've been a little inactive lately due to my own personal matters as well, home, children, grandchildren, parents. You know, as Ikwewik, we carry a lot of that weight for our families and our communities. But I've been working closely with our chiefs in the north, Chief Bull, Chief Petaquan. I've frequented with Chief Bernadette here, and I continue to do that work with Manituaki and Nakanagewan, Nepe Nakanagewan. I'll continue to do that work with the chiefs of the north. They've asked me to help with organizing ceremonies. That's kind of where my heart is and where I come from. When I became a member of the Treaty 3 Women's Council, it was not something that I chose for myself or my life. It was the ancestral grandmothers that came to me by vision, gave me my spirit name, Kiwetan Noden Akwe. I didn't understand that until 4 days later. I was called up for the traditional selection of the Women's Council, and that's when that vision and that understanding came to fruition and came to life. I didn't even know that Lac Seul was in the northern doorway of Treaty 3. That's how little I knew. And with that, they continued to come to me and speak to me about these laws, the 4 laws that govern our nation. So I continue to do that work on a personal level. I continue to do that work with in our community of Lac Seul. I work closely with our chief and his leadership, our leadership. I continue to support other communities, Wapsamong, Lac Seul, Eagle Lake, Grassy Narrows. And I've been asked to come in and meet with the women of Rat Portage. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but that's kind of the work that I do. I come from, that's what I gravitate towards, is the lawmaking processes, those protocols, and the activities and the ceremonies involving that, supporting that, empowering our chiefs and our leadership and our people to embrace that, embrace those laws and those protocols. And so yeah, and this is my second term on the Women's Council. And so I just want to extend those apologies for being inactive and not being as present as I should be. Like I said, family comes first, and life is starting to pump the brakes a little bit in certain areas and accelerating in other areas. And I just recently received a reminder, kind of like a kick in the butt, that maybe I have been neglecting my duties and my responsibilities more than I should be. Because I too was considering resigning from the Women's Council because I was feeling disconnected. I was feeling disconnected, and I wasn't feeling supported, and I wasn't feeling heard. But that's the beautiful thing about our sacred items and our ceremonies, our drums, our staffs, and especially Spring Assembly. That's the beauty of it, is it brings us all back together and kind of pulls us all back in and, reconnects all of us, and it helps strengthen that vision of unity and strength, and so that we can continue doing the work that needs to be done. You know, so I'm very grateful for today, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you for allowing us to be here and to sit on the Women's Council. And going forward, I will do my best to try to be more active and support our leadership, our chiefs, and our nation with those lawmaking processes and protocols. So with that, ahau miigwech.
Miigwech, gagidu ikwewag. Gagidu ikwewag. The Women's Council. I told you, I'm going to be saying some words. They might not be Anishinaabe Moen. But miigwech for sharing with us your updates, your work that you've been doing, and then of course, equally as important, those messages from the heart. I know that you guys carry a lot. You guys were called to, serve on this council by various means. So miigwech for all that you do. So before we go into an update from the Men's Council, I just wanted to check with the floor here if there were any questions or comments. Chief Tom. I was going to call you Chief Smith. Sorry, Chief Tom.
We're almost the same height. That's okay. Imani kanotan. We got the bachimuat kweog. Zanagi go na anan. Kabetish zaga say tiog. Pepakana yaug. Michiane gano we cannot tamani ya. Kik tamaguziat. Chiniganiat. Kiget sananagat. Kini chanes. Kimajigot. Minikwen. Kabatakot tiat kya. Sanagat. Skemaga kitate kwa katebachamot. Kegagi squata. Kanishna mamae. Magi namat tebya nana ite nyanya mama. Kagi pe natizit. Kangego Hugi paget nazin chimaji got. Michke kitoat tige peshikon. Jik tao gya wagi te bachamat. Kiz nagi ko at. Tamego zio go. Kid nakamig ziat. Chuich toat. Ke mage ndaga weche mag. Chuichi at. Magagi te bachamat. Guide bind gay kitang chuichat. Kina and ki chinat is yat. Jitigo chicken and is wing. Sinagat, nongam give matizing. Kinigeo ino chigomen. Kakoziat. Diabetes managing kate. Kibizan doga. Migo anana getene mo nima evan. We net to go. Gipion bigi unan panegi machan that they are not kit. Which you up and mama. And I want to speak in my my English tongue. It's a little slow, but it gets me by. You know, I want to commend you for carrying on this hard work. your trials and tribulations with your families. And it's not easy being a parent. It's harder being a mother. You know, I was raised basically by my mother. There was 4 of us. My dad was always out working. And she held our family together. You know, so we knew she was having troubles, but she carried on because you're a mother. You know, you're the one that gives life. You know, I sat here listening to your reports, and I commend you on that. I always think about my mother. And there was nothing that she wouldn't do and she couldn't do. You know, she was tired, but she kept moving forward. You know, I think we have to pay tribute to Akweog. You know, we have to support that. You know, you talked about the child law. You know, we just finished our meeting with our Xiao and Daoswin. You know, we're close. We're going to start negotiating hopefully in September. And we had an organizational chart on the screen. But the one box that wasn't there was we didn't have a voice for our Banuchug. So I talked about that. Why not? You know, because this service is for them, Banuchug, for the families. So now we have that in there. We've added that. You know, I just want to commend the 4 women that spoke and gave their reports. Jimmy, which
Miigwech, Chief Tom. We're going to go over to Chief McVicker.
Oh, shoot. Oh, is it on? Yeah, I guess so. Sounds pretty good. Sigwan Ndichkas Musdodam Anamkiwashing Donji. Chief Linda McVicker from Anamkiwashing. I would also like to commend you on your reports. Thank you very much. It is a hard job being a woman, as I know. And trying to do everything that you're trying to do. And I do appreciate that. And I am a little bit sad because I remember the last time we were talking about funding for your activities. And my understanding is that if you do something that's related to one of the committees of the 4 directions, they support that with their fundings, but that you don't have core funding. So that's been an issue for all of the councils, not just your council. So I'm going to try to bring a motion today to direct the executive leadership as well as the admin board to plan and come up with some way in order to support core funding for each of the councils. And I'll ask Chief Tom to second it. Thank you again for your work. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief McVicker. I haven't been signaled for any other comments, I don't believe. So for now, that will conclude the Gakituakewag Women's Council update. So we did hear what you said about the resolution, so I believe our Grand Council staff is taking that under advisement. Next, I'm going to call upon Chief. Okay, we're going to go to Derek Henderson. I believe he's going to share a statement that was shared on behalf of the Men's Council. I'm going to attempt to say this. Mama wache Gabawita, and Ninawag. We're gonna go there. Thank you.
Oh, miigwech. Vamia bineshi dishnikas ki gondondem sagin donji. Miigwech kenin diket tuma gastuana machana matabianchi. Pungischi ki gitwangenin. Miigwech tastina kinewa maga na matabiatu ki makana kumbuga kweyok. Kweyok ninyok ma kayawat chiktaziat nishnabek. Miigwech diket kenin. Miigwech kenin dana ugo. Taiga nanjago ugo ninika ki nagamwat manongum. Jugo kwe. Jugo ninika bakinangomanongum. Miigwech nina kinawya. I have a statement here that I need to make regarding the Men's Council. It's from Daryl Red Sky. He was the only rep on the Men's Council, and I'm going to share a little bit about what needs to be done to help the 4 councils that have been brought up here this morning. So my role right now is the interim ED at Grand Council Treaty 3, and have the responsibility of the administration of Grand Council as to the direction that they're going right now. So I've been brought in to help the council to work out some of these issues. So I want to read what Daryl Red Sky says. A statement of regret, Grand Council Treaty 3, National Assembly. As a proud citizen of Treaty 3 and representative of the Men's Council, I deeply regret that I'm unable to attend this important National Assembly. At a time when our nations are under attack on every front, we face a grave and immediate threat, one that endangers the very fabric of our society. The infiltration of harmful substances into our homelands is tearing at the heart of our communities, and it demands my continued presence and commitment on the ground. Though I cannot be with you in person, please know that my spirit stands with you. I ask for your understanding and continued support as I carry forward my life's work for the well-being of our people. Miigwech. So Daryl's in Manitoba right now fighting fires for some of our Anishinaabe communities. He's part of the emergency program, so he couldn't be here with us today. I also want to thank the Women's Council for sharing this morning their stories. I think it's important for us to listen. And when I came in as the interim ED, one of the things that I was finding was our councils are not full of, there's vacancies on the councils. We need to fill those vacancies with representation from the 4-directional model. Daryl was the only representative on the Men's Council. We still need 3 more men from the other directions to sit on that council. So one of the things that we've been looking at, and I know that it's going to come up today at the Assembly, is the funding for these councils. You know, I'm getting calls, can I attend this, can I do this? You know, I don't think that, you know, if we want people to do work on behalf of Grand Council, there needs to be supports for them to be able to do the work. So we're going to be working on that with our administration, and I'm sure something's going to hit the floor today regarding a resolution to support that. We've asked our team to see if there's any resolutions from the past, and they're still looking to see if there's anything there to support the funding issue that the councils are faced with. So that's something that needs to happen. The other thing is with the councils is the terms of reference, the TORs need to be revisited. I think the last time they were written in 2008, we're now 2025. They haven't been looked at. To revise them, to change them, or we'll make recommendations to those TORs. So our team will be looking at that from the administration level also. So we need to update all these little things so that they're current to what we're dealing with today. So that's some of the work that we're doing regarding the councils. There's lots of work that needs to be done. And again, it's just about working together on some of these issues. You know, the communication. I thank the Women's Council. I thank Karen Foster that's looking after the social unit we've been meeting, every week to figure out where we're going to go with some of these issues, and dealing with other departments to make sure that everybody is being listened to. So that's my responsibility, is to listen to all the departments, come together as a admin team, and have a path forward for the organization. So it's so important, and I want to thank the chiefs for their support. This work is not easy. It's a lot of work, and things that are brought to the chiefs at the executive and at the board that I work with. All of these things will be presented to them so that they're hearing what's being heard from our communities. So work to be done, but thank you for the support, and we're starting to move forward on some of these issues. We hear you, and we want to continue to do what needs to be done to make it better for our 28 communities in Grand Council Treaty 3. Chimigwech.
Miigwech, Derek, for sharing that update on behalf of the Men's Council and for speaking to the continued work that's going to happen and that extra support for the councils. I just want to open the floor up for any comments or questions regarding the Men's Council or anything that Derek had to say. All right. Well, seeing none, we did receive a request online that a healing song be rendered. So we made sure that the proper protocols were held in order to be able to do that. So this healing song is, in support of the work and that heavy burden that that the members of these councils carry. We want to make sure that they're taken care of in a good way. So I want to just acknowledge that, and we are going to get going and do the things that we need to do to conduct that healing song. So I'm calling all the drummers, if we can join the community host drum, just to offer that support. I do want to say that I think lunch has been brought in, so when we're finished with this portion here, we are going to be having lunch in here. We encourage everyone to go visit those vendors. And as was mentioned, we have the Anishinaabe Elvis here, Calvis. So if you want to take some pictures with him, some selfies, he's absolutely available for that. Miigwech singers for rendering us that song. Miigwech everyone for your support for the members of these councils here. From this, our hope is that we can all move forward in unity and that we're on a good path. So that said, we are going to break for lunch now. As I'd mentioned, there are vendors outside under that white tent, so if you can, just take a moment to visit them, say hello to them, get some information. We have Kelvis in the audience here, so if you want to take some fun selfies and whatnot with him, we are going to meet back here at 1. So about 45, a little bit more than 45 minutes for lunch. Then we're going to try our best to get started at 1 o'clock. Miigwech.
How miigwech for bringing us in back in a good way. Extremely miigwech. Kisa Shomas, drum from the Saskatchewan. Miigwech operator. This afternoon, we're going to get into some Chiefs update. The first one is the Economic Chiefs update. Later on, Cultural Chiefs update, the Environmental Chiefs update, Social Chiefs update, as well. Chief Breer from Couchiching First Nation has asked for some time to bring up an important issue, Bill C-5. So we're going to get to that this afternoon as well. So I'll ask and we also have one record of decision before the end of the day. Their copies are being distributed. So I'll ask the Economic Chiefs to come on up, please. Yeah, me too.
What? Oh, sorry. Bonjour, ndanawe maganak. Now ga about this nikas. Obisiko kang donji. Miigwech ticket kagi pakin na moat wewene shepa. Tegan kinagekun maga pilsing sema migonak setonan. So good morning, Assembly, chiefs, elders, women, youth, people that represent Treaty 3 citizens. I'm the chair of the Economic Chiefs Committee, Chief Bull, Laxal First Nation. And I have my committee here as well, committee members. Did you want to introduce yourselves?
Bonjour, Bonjour, Dishnikas, Dicto Tam, Kazagate Gamog Donji. I'm Chief Darlene Cummigan from Northwest Angle 33, and I come from the Caribou clan. Want to acknowledge the elders that opened the meeting, the water and the food that was blessed, and all the sacred items, the drums, the eagle staffs, feathers, pipes, and everything that was done during the opening ceremonies. I've been sick for a long time now, almost 2 years. Broke my ankle, and I'm having a hard time healing. Hence my voice change. It's affecting my heart and my lungs. I'm retaining water, and it's been a tough battle over the past 2 years, but I'm glad I could be here. It's really an honor to always be present with my fellow chiefs, because we believe that we make a difference in our communities. We speak on behalf of our communities, and we may not know all the answers, but we try to understand. The one thing that I'm battling with right now is understanding the J Treaty, and the blood quantum issue. We've been informed that we have to have a letter from CBSA or from the First Nations that we belong to, that each member has to have a blood quantum letter of 50% or more, according to the J Treaty. Now, that's kind of difficult for some of us because we know that not everybody is 50%. For me, I'm probably 75%, so I'm not really 100% either. And for some people to tell us that our blood is no longer 50%, who makes that judgment call? Who? We have a lot of white blood all of a sudden. And so that's one of the things that I'm struggling with, and trying to inform my people that we need to do something about it, and that we have to have a meeting to decide, like, who's going to write these letters, because I can't see myself identifying a person. Hey, you're only 25%. Like, how do I know? I don't know everybody in the First Nation, especially new band members that have just signed on. And, we probably have quite a few that have become members, and we don't know who they are, but we try and recognize them. Well, it's not us recognizing them. It's Indigenous Services who placed them on our registry list. But I know the people that were there before, the people that are on the reserve. I know their history. I know who their grandparents and their great-grandparents were. So it's pretty hard to say who is what, who is 50% or more within our community. But anyway, that's an issue that I'd like to deal with. And I do sit on the J Treaty Border Alliance as a member. And I haven't really attended any meetings because of my illness. Been in and out of the hospital for 2 years now. So, but I'm trying, still working. I even work from my hospital bed at times. But anyway, Chimiwech for everything.
Miigwech. So the committee's really happy to have Chief Kamagan back, and wish you good health going forward. So introduce yourself. Chief first.
Bonjour, bon kibenes, Dijnekas at Tikdotem, Nagachanang Donji Ndogimaka anyway. Chief Smith, Wayne from Nagachanang First Nation, and I'm sitting on this Economic Chiefs Committee for a few years now. Chibo machta anu jita maini go geni chib mikumago ogoy guy to be going oma tapsku migo nag te ganag poganag ge sema shunge no kwezi ganga gi ba me amagak migo diket Ye na ke I jamach dying I ma moving unishin minanagot ki we tu kazo min mai ki we chi gomin we na ke I jamach dying. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the sacred items that are in front of us today, like the feathers, the pipes, the drums, the songs that were rendered this morning. Because this is the foundation of what Treaty 3 is all about, and I'm glad to always witness and to be part of meetings, to do in a good way, to start meetings in a good way, and grateful to be part of it. And we're going to start our presentation here soon after Gary introduces himself.
Bonjour. Jean Gabo and the go, taking no them. You go Sminacotting and Doji. Good afternoon. Gary Allen, I'm the Senior Political Advisor, the Director for Economic, and the CEO for Treaty 3 Investment Group. Miigwech away, gin nagamuan away, and then yagama nungum, mitish away, miigwech miganan, sema, mitish away, pawaganak kibijai. Miigwech away, koyak kibija, itish. Oshki Nigig in Itish Banuchiag. So, with that, in Iniag, Miigwech, I'll turn it over to Haley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour, Manitou Akwe Indigenous Magizi Dodem. My name is Haley Krolick. I'm the Senior Strategy and Innovation Manager within the Economic Unit at Grand Council. Miigwech.
Ke kon gi uni ke chi kitawan tigin chi kenda mek ke ni na makwan dutem wete tas ngi ja agita tin gi ja wete gindo painap ngia tawe tas wete makuns ngia tawe makuns mishma nogoma jigan wene makoma gache gening. All right, we're going to get right into it. It's on the screen here behind me. The first topic we're going to talk about is the CJ property update, healing. I'll just go through the first page here. There's been some progress around the land investigation. It's still ongoing. Archaeological research is expected to be completed this year. Progress around CJ research is ongoing and expected to conclude 2026. Reports created around enrollment, health, death, property, and those who worked at the school are included. Touchdown ceremony. Cemetery, sorry. Touchdown Cemetery is a registered cemetery on private property that used to be owned by nurse Kathleen Blake. At this time, there is no evidence that students were buried there. However, the timeline of the ceremony fits with the nurse's time at the school. The council would like to bring it to the ceremony, in the spring and begin discussions with the landowner about drone flights using LiDAR. Community engagement tea and bannock sessions will be held at Iskatewezgaigan 39. Shoal Lake 40. Additional sessions are planned in April. Mwapsamung to provide the community with an up-to-date search for missing children and unmarked grave, and outreach is ongoing with Asap Bisamong Zawan and Gang, Northwest Angle 37. Treaty 3 IRS leads gathering was held in Winnipeg on March 17th, which representatives from St. Mary's, McIntosh, and St. Marguerite. Updates, funding, and research processes were discussed. Quarterly meetings are now being planned. Sorry. Meetings are currently scheduled with Chief Leon Madamin, Chief Linda McVicker, Chief Kevin Resky to discuss the history of CJ property and to support the progress of the land transfer. The property is set to be transferred to the trust committee, who will hold it in trust for the nation in Treaty 3. So I'm going to let Gary or Haley speak to the next page.
So we have been working on the transfer of the CJ property the past few years. So we worked with our legal team, John Harvey, to figure out what the best way is to transfer it. So currently it still could go through the trustee committee, but it's recommended to go to an entity that can support that to essentially avoid any taxation issues. So I might pass it to Gary to go over some of the background for that first, and then we could talk about this graph a little bit more.
So just in our history, we understand that we created a trustee committee to transfer the land on behalf of Grand Council. And so we created a trustee committee from having representation from each of the four directions. So originally we had Chief Kerry Addertees from the east. At the time it was Chief Brian Perot from Couchiching, Chief Darlene Cummigan from North Asango 33 for the west, and Chief Chris Skeed from Wajush Ganigam. So throughout our deliberations through the trustee committee, we established that two of the trustees felt uncomfortable speaking on behalf and taking that property without the consent or discussions with Iskate Saga Ganing, Nortus or Animki Wazing, and Shoal Lake 40. And so we embarked on having these discussions with these three communities, and so as a result, we are recommending that we change the structure of the trustee committee to include representation from at least two of these communities. We would continue to retain Chief Cummigan and Chief Skeet on the committee, but also add Chief Leon Mandamin, and either or Chief Linda May Vicker or Chief Red Sky, whoever expresses a desire to be on that trustee committee. So we think that is the best solution, and we'd like to proceed with that. So it's good.
So energy now? Energy? Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to mention something before we get off the residential school. There's a book that came out this past May. I bought a couple copies in Thunder Bay about 2 weeks ago. It's called Beyond the Rink. And you heard Calvis talk about the importance of sport. So back in 1951, there was a team at Pelican Residential School who were very elite in terms of playing hockey and very gifted. And they were called the Blackhawks. And the team went to Ottawa. They went to Toronto, played some exhibition games, went on by train, and it was documented on this book. So I encourage people to go buy the book, and you'll see some familiar names in there, residential school boys back in '51. So it's called Beyond the Rink. So I'll get Chief Wayne Smith maybe to talk about energy.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Research solar energy investments, including Rainy River Solar Project and a pilot energy solution, E-Cube, for Gagamik Bimatiziwin. Develop an EV education awareness campaign with 2 online and 1 in-person workshop planned. Coordinating the North Energy Synopsis, scheduled for June 18th to the 20th, 2025 in Lac Seul First Nation. Continued work with TPU on Hydro 1 addendums and policy reviews. And continue to work with MOE and IESO on funding, policy changes, and energy set-asides for Treaty 3. These are the two projects proposed for solar energy. Stream 1 is proposes a 100 megawatt solar project in order to satisfy funding requirements necessary to create just one project. T3IG met with Canada Infrastructure Bank to inquire about a set-aside funding requirements. Main takeaway was that funding will be considered on a new project and up to 80% of the project costs. Prime location to be determined based on substation capacity, Waasigan transmission line, need time commitments for investors. Stream 2 is to create a community and TGIG hybrid-based project. Funding based on CIB requirements with 20% cost sharing amongst Treaty 3 communities. Location of the project would be dependent on the capabilities of current and future capacity substations to distribution the energy.
So to elaborate on the work in energy, we continue to have an energy table with the Ministry of Energy, and they basically collaborate with ISO and Ontario Energy Board. And what we're looking to do is get a set-aside of at least 100 megawatts at a minimum for Treaty 3. And so what we have to determine in this room is how do we do that in terms of do we do one singular project in Treaty 3 or a number of projects where everybody is involved? Or do we take that 100 and then whoever has a project, do we divvy that out to those communities that are looking to start their own energy project? So we have to decide amongst ourselves how we want to go ahead with that, because just in our discussions with Minister Lichi, we can, and they're very open to having that discussion with us. We do have to have a meeting with Hydro One to determine the access points that are available within Grand Council, and then work towards establishing where the best opportunities lie within the nation. Okay? Good? Who's going to do for you? You can just read it. Data sovereignty.
Buju, Mishkweb, Nindijnikas, Makwa, Nindodem, Nishnabé, and Dow. I just want to thank you again for the presentation, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but while you're going through the section for energy projects, I was just wondering where the nuclear waste energy project is now and why it's not with the Economic Development Committee and not with the Environment Committee. You know, of course, I feel strongly about it. But to me, the fact that Grand Council Treaty 3 has taken $6 million, that's an economic development project. That's no longer an environmental project. So I was just wondering if there's any consideration given to the Economic Committee taking over the responsibility for that engagement. And if the MOU with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization is still ongoing. Miigwech.
What are you saying? That the Economic Development Committee take over the energy project? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why it's absent from your presentation.
Oh, that's not our portfolio. That belongs with the environment.
And why is that?
I think that was decided a long time ago.
Okay. Is there any update being provided on the nuclear waste
Probably,
management
I think
organization
the
project?
environmental chiefs are up next, if I'm not mistaken. So the environmental chiefs will probably respond to those questions.
Okay. I just, again, I find it not appropriate for the environmental chiefs to be dealing with that. Of course, I resigned last September as chair of the Environment Committee because I don't believe that Grand Council Treaty 3 should be taking any money from the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. And I don't know how you talk about the economy without talking about the environment, given Bill C-5 and all of the threats that are going on to our threats to our lakes and our waters currently. I don't see a whole lot of urgency taking place into the real issues that are taking place on the ground right now. Miigwech.
Thank you. We will have to bring that up with the environmental chiefs. But anyway, our next presentation is on data sovereignty. Electronic data capture all Grand Council Treaty 3 units. We are currently digitizing all Grand Council Treaty 3 data to be stored on M-Files in the T3 server, moving data to sovereign land. GCT3 has purchased a new server which will house the information management platform M-Files, as well as the Geo portal, with plans to migrate other applications in the future, continuing the journey to self-data, self-governance, and self-determination. Community engagement. Grand Council Treaty 3 continues to engage with Treaty 3 communities regarding data governance and information management, while GCT3 will not dictate what other communities need to do. We feel a responsibility to inform on the importance of data governance and ensuring communities are taking ownership and control of their data. Data sovereignty on ongoing work, reviewing all Grand Council Treaty 3 data use policies, data access for outside contractors, and the location of data. We are currently researching how to develop a Treaty 3 data center. We will bring this to the economic chiefs for a resolution to build a Treaty 3 data center once research is complete. The Treaty 3 data sovereignty strategy is expected to be completed in June and will be ready for review and approval by the economic chiefs.
Next, yeah, go ahead.
Bonjour. I'm Chief Leon Mandaman, Skitez Alegan Independent First Nation. I want to go back to the first topic of the presentation that's being done. And I don't know if it's in the right category of economic development or whatever it is that's being addressed here. It has to do with School Point. And there's a lot of history that's attached to that residential school. It's a great passion of mine because I argued for that place when I got on council in 2010. We found out that there was an outfit called Winkler Bible Camp. And they were in a process of a lease-to-own agreement between with the Presbyterians for a period of 10 years, and they're halfway through it. And Presbyterians, our First Nation, along with Northwest Anglo 37 and Shoal Lake 40, we entered into an agreement with them to provide a residential school. And I don't want to drag this out too long, but in essence, what happened was that our school was closed down on Shoal Lake because apparently we were polluting Winnipeg's water. So Canada decided that they were going to relocate the school to Round Lake here. So that's the connection that we have to this place. And so I have to just real quick, like I don't want to bore you guys with anything about, because we've all been through residential schools and we all have our stories. But I will say this, on the recommendation by Grand Council in this committee here, we have yet to meet our 3 First Nations. We're in the midst of coordinating that meeting. But for me, I would say that each First Nation have a representative on this trustee committee. And also, there also needs to have a broader discussion that needs to happen with the 3 First Nations that are taking Kenora to court over at Anishinaabe Park. So we need to have those discussions as well, because back in the day, our ancestors were promised to that we would be able to use Anishinaabe Park, and from what little information I do know about it, Anishinaabe Park, before it was taken by the 3 First Nations, Washagamis Bay here, and Rat Portage. So those are my comments right now, and again, for us, we need to have that meeting between us 3 First Nations. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Business opportunities, T3 RSP. Engagement with Treaty 3 organizations is ongoing. Feedback we received thus far, health and education organizations face a specific need that Treaty 3 RSP may not be able to compete with. Must be more desirable for leadership and technicians in the long term. With the current feedback given, we will be ready to work with a company to create an outline of the Treaty 3 RSP in the next month following the completion of the engagements. Consumer spend survey was submitted by Lakehead University under the review. Dr. David Richards has stated the results of the survey are not reliable, so he recommends we do in-person surveys instead of online to get more valuable information. Caution should be used in relying on this information for making decisions. Concerns with data quality were identified in the analysis. A significant number of surveys appear to be submitted by the same person. Duplicate responses were removed, and the last submissions retained in the data set. Additionally, there were some submissions that may have been generated by artificial intelligence or completed from people outside of Treaty 3, where these were identified, the cases were, when these were identified, the cases were removed. But it is possible that other cases may have been retained because the issue was not identifiable. Some submissions were missing a significant portion of data. Additional concerns were raised in the accuracy of some of the information provided. For example, individuals reported income and expenses that were, here's a big word here, I can't understand it, no. Incongruous. Gary, where did you come up with that word?
That was the professor.
Professor must have wrote that word. Significantly greater spending than the income they reported. As a result, analysis of actual spending is excluded from this report, and the focus is on the categories of spending. Okay.
Okay, business opportunities in Anishinaabe in commerce, economics, I mean. Anishinaabe in economics report completed and printed for Women's Synopsis. The report titled Anishinaabe in economics was completed and printed for Women's Synopsis. This report reflects the contribution of women in the Treaty 3 territories and highlights key takeaways from the survey responses, focusing on rebuilding the workforce through increased representation of T3 women in the economic sector. Nibe influences economic activities and well-being. Traditional knowledge and cultural practices contribute to economy. Anishinaabe Kwe contributions to well-being of community and society. Focus on the role of Anishinaabe Kwe in decision-making. Enhance workplace policies for women's empowerment. Need to increase cultural inclusion into the workplace.
This is the last one. Treaty 3 housing distribution update. Funding agreement with CMHC amended until winter 2025 to ensure timely build. And then also in collaboration with Nokamego Jarnell Contracting was chosen to build a warehouse. As we face time constraints over the last 6 months, and the build is going very well. It's, I think it's by the waste disposal site next to Berry Creek, I believe, and it's going very well. Geotech, engineering, mechanical drawings have all been completed and in collaboration with Soto Consulting out of Fort Francis. Land has been cleared and prepped to build next week. We've begun drilling for the well and connecting the hydro. Our expected completion is October 2025. We've also begun to find quotes for the trucks, loaders, software, computers, cameras, point of sales, equipment, and the building is expected to be in full operation by 2025.
So this is really an exciting project. So it's going to be the first of 4 housing distribution centers within Treaty 3. So the whole concept about the housing distribution center is that we're going to sell materials, nails, whatever goes into building a house, whatever else. Nails, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So whatever else goes into building houses, and we're going to sell them at a much cheaper price, and it's going to create more accessible housing materials for all Treaty 3 communities. So it's a really awesome project.
Food sovereignty?
Our next, sorry, our next presentation is on food sovereignty. Food sovereignty engagements completed in 4 communities. Not sure which communities. Eagle Lake, Couchiching, Lac-Seul, and Rainy River. The purpose of these events is to gather valuable insights into the challenges that communities face in obtaining food, learn about existing food sovereignty projects, and understand how different communities perceive food hubs. At the end of these sessions, a comprehensive report will be created summarizing all the information collected from the 6 gatherings. This will help provide a clear picture of food sovereignty efforts across Treaty 3 and guide future initiatives to strengthen local food systems.
What's next? You got what's next. We ran out of paper. Okay, what's next one? What? Oh. So last item is, the work that we're doing is really based on the ceremonies. We do our work, and we do feast Shunia Wabik with Don Jones. And we were told to bring business opportunities to Treaty 3 for consideration. And so this one here kind of relates to the work that we're doing on the NHL opportunity. And so we're in the basically in the final stages of consummating that agreement with the NHL team. And so basically the terms of the agreement have been finalized, and next week we will start on community consultations with 7 communities that have opted into the project. And so within this agreement, we're not just talking about just a straight investment and you make money off your investment. We're talking about the social impacts to Grand Council and the communities. In terms of our discussions with the NHL owner and with Brian Radunce, which is the fellow that we're talking to with Iron Ranger Sports, the factors that we're looking for is in terms of working with our youth, providing mentorship for our youth. The owner wants to take Treaty 3 kids to their practice facility, and also wants to look at scholarships and bursaries for our youth, and also to bring in chief and councils to view the operations of the business. There's so many different areas that we can review. Just the marketing alone is a lot. So this project is for all Treaty 3 communities, and there will be an opportunity for a buy-in for communities through Treaty 3 Sports Investment Group. And and then also, we've also asked that all other Indigenous nations across Canada will have to go through Treaty 3 Sports Investment Group to invest into this project. And so it is, I think, it is a real boon for Treaty 3. And to be the first ones, we will be making history as the first Indigenous group to be part owners of the NHL team. And so we're really looking forward to this part. And so as a result of this work, we've been looking at to build a Treaty 3 Center of Excellence. We've been talking to TJ Gallardi, contracting, engineering, to look at a concept to build what we would think would be arena type facility and then courts, but also having a venue to recognize our youth in a venue that's culturally appropriate. And so these projects, we're looking at these as long-term projects. We do understand that communities do have to come on board, and it is a big leap to look at something further down the road. You're looking 10 years down the road. We don't see our investment really paying dividends at least 8 to 10 years from now. But it is an investment in our youth. So we think it's because this means that we are doing this to help our youth, and you look at what our youth are facing currently within Treaty 3 and all the things that are happening in terms of justice, mental health, addictions, and all those areas, we like to see something positive built within Grand Council. And this is about making an investment in the future of our communities. So I'll pass it over to Chief.
Bonjour. I just, like we met about yesterday, last night at the supper meeting, just to discuss it further. And in listening to some of the comments this morning in terms of where we're at as in Treaty 3 and Canada for that matter, where our youth are at, like youth, elders, community members alike are all struggling with addictions and mental health issues. And what I heard this morning from the Women's Council as well as chiefs is we need to start looking at something to begin addressing that. I just felt, this concept would fit very well in at least trying something new for our future generations. And now is the time to do it. And I think we were looking for a resolution here, eh, Gary? To a mandate of some sort to pursue it. So we'll have something come out here probably tomorrow for support from the chief's table. Miigwech.
Okay, and so at our last assembly at Nukamigoaning in the fall, chiefs asked us about our board of directors. So with that, I'm going to introduce our board. So I'm going to ask them to come up. Jim Leonard, Cindy Taylor, if you're still here, I hope you're still here. Anita Collins, Bob Calder, and we do have Derek Henderson, who is part of, but he's on pause while he does his work. And we also have Mary McDonald, who's not here. So we do have two vacancies now. And so we'll go with that. And if Jimmy wants to say any words, would you like to, Mr. President?
Just on behalf of the board, we thank the chiefs and the communities of Treaty 3 for looking at the investment group and giving us your support in the things we do. And I'd like to thank the chiefs
economic group. My friend here, Chief Bull, has been at a number of our meetings. And of course, Gary and Haley. Miigwech.
Thank you, guys. So we're going to finish off with just the terms on the NHL deal in the bee farm.
Bonjour. Hello. Bonjour. Hello. Okay. Hello. 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 Okay. Sorry. I didn't want to do that. I guess for me, I don't know if it's been shared already, but I would like numbers. You know, I don't know what this means when you talk about 5%. I do know that Vegas has a $1 billion valuation. It's pretty close. So I imagine because of that, the buy-in would be quite high. And I don't know if it's at 50 million, say, when can we expect profits from that initial investment? Is it going to be 10 years? Is it going to be 20 years? Like, what are the numbers? I'm a new chief, so it's just like, I don't know what those numbers are.
All right, so the terms of the deal, basically, 7 communities. We're looking at, we were, originally when we started this, we were offered 2% buy-in at about 26 million US, right? And the valuation was about 1.33 billion, right? And so 2% was 26 million. And so we did our work throughout the summer and the fall, but we missed the application deadline. We didn't get our work in for that deal, and so basically they went without us. So then they came back to us in November, and they offered us, they basically said, we want to bring you in at 50 million US, right? And so the valuation now is, it's gone up in price. It's approximately 1.6 now. And so in talking with our communities, we brought on a new member. And so there's 7 communities that have expressed an interest, with some other ones that have would like to come in the future. And so we think we could raise about between 15 to 20 just amongst our communities, and then we're borrowing the rest through financing. And so we know that in our discussions that we won't be making money right away, right? And so it is going to take some time. We think it's going to take at least 8 to 10 years before we start to see a dividend, a positive dividend, and so to pay this off, and so we know it's a long-term deal, and so we think, and when just started discussions, it wasn't looking so great a week ago before we talked to the person who was giving us the offer, but we had a meeting with him in Soon Arrows, and really we were able to convince them to make it more lucrative for Grand Council and the communities. And so in terms of I'll ask Haley to finish off this part with the NHL.
Yes, I don't think I have too much more to add, but so as Gary was mentioning, so we've moved forward through the application process with the NHL with the 7 communities who have completed their applications. Then from there, we looked at the data room, did an analysis. We did have to sign an NDA, so we're going to be bringing high-level numbers to the communities who are committed, who have invested, to present and talk about what the deal looks like, get community approval from there. And that's what we're planning on doing for the next few weeks, is to go to communities to talk about what this deal might look like.
Bonjour. You know, I worry again that Grand Council Treaty 3, and I'm happy for the communities that are doing really well. You know, for communities that are able to invest into something like this, it's beyond our wildest dreams in Onegamang, that's for sure. But it makes no sense. I hate to say it, but Grand Council Treaty 3 is starting to remind me of the Ontario government and the federal government, and you're leaving communities behind. You know, all you got to do is drive downtown Kenora and see and he's out there drinking in the streets with his purple-colored hair. We're getting calls for suicides on almost a daily basis. We're getting calls for suicides on almost a daily basis. Again, I just come here and I find like every other nation in the country is fighting for sovereignty. They're fighting for the lands, they're fighting for the waters, and we're trying to make a deal with the Las Vegas Knights. It makes no sense to me at all what we're doing here. I don't understand the urgency. You know, the provinces has already told us that we're going to be surrounded by 3 mines, the Kensbridge project, nickel project. We're going to be surrounded by the Cameron Lake project. We're surrounded in the south by New Gold. We're going to be surrounded by mercury and cyanide, by tailings ponds. And there's no ability for us to fight or say no. And there's not even a discussion about it here. And meanwhile, we're talking about committing $50 million to an NHL hockey team worth $1 billion. I hope that everyone that is doing well does well. And I hope that the rich get richer, but you're leaving the third world First Nations behind. Grand Council Treaty 3 is our government. You're leaving us behind. And that's what it feels like. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief.
Hello? Oh, okay. I think a lot of the information that you're providing, you know, I'm grateful for it. When you mention the food sovereignty, I'm a lake person. I come from the lake. And for me, that's fish. Fish lives in the water. And you know, it would have been nice to see something about food sovereignty about our fish, clean water. And I have to agree with Chief Jeff, because we're starting to be surrounded by a lot of toxicity. I had a dream, and this is probably about 7 years ago that I had it. And it was about the turtles coming and telling me that they were sick. The water was sick. and I could see like fish popping up. And I was told not to jump into the water because it was dirty. But I did it anyway. And that's what they told me. And, you know, I really want to see us be successful too, financially, you know, but I think there's a lot of social impacts that are happening that we're ignoring. This hockey deal, I think it's really nice for some of the communities, but I don't want to work with the states. And that's just me. I don't want to be a 51st state. I mean, they're hurting our people down there. You know, I don't believe in working with them. But that's just me. And I'm really grateful for Chief Wayne for saying, supporting, for looking for something for our own healing, for detox or treatment. And I don't like that word detox either. But I think we need to reevaluate and look at our priorities and our hearts and our people. It's true. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. I knew the work that, oh, sorry, Chief.
Bonjour. Oiga tishin dameng. Shun ya aga tishin magit. Yishi tishin ga boymen o api. Kimina ga boymen. Yipi ga tigi gomen. Oiga tishin damat tige. Inana teni mag nichanish nabek. Aniga oya kagwat tiket tot. Binki ni nation ana gaten the mang ego east chigan. Nichanish nabek nana teni mag. When tamgiga kibugan ni goang oya. Juit na kimi gotan na gia kajos katiat katibenimat. Shemag ningin anang iten mag banuchu. Aniga wea kajos katiat ap kakutakiat. Magatishin naming mental health. That's part of it. Ni chances nanig awang tanig non in yug min kiga shikina awang tanig chikina moinda mishki achip kwakta kiat chushkatiat mishni notega ni will First Lady ga jen kazat not kemiganing. Min ki ga jo bin ki tanik ni chance nanik. Chikina moinda. Mi basic. Mi entam. Ki kana moinda. Chuma mi gat tamat ke go ga kaz nagi going. Basic man danis kazizi kizit. Chikina moa. Me walked up in an indigenous governance gajin karteg. We should be got you get. Basic minamandanis environment degree of an. Me ma ya jimone get me nipe. Ay fen manoki. Pejik mena mandanes. Nursing gira. Tremok kamaniga yat. Ish mena kena mo matan re. Mipske kinin ya. Me ewi mi gatang. Sisi bakot kamaji going. Me ewi mi gatang. Gozis ma bejik mi yetejik kena moin mokamana gayat. Biology. Mi ge bejik we mi gatang. Koch ma an dan senanga shit. Calgary jawe kena moin. Political science. Me we mi gatang. We ga kamaji going go. We each dot. You know, keep us in the mind. I respect everybody on their views. In the mod. Kachkeo. Min ka jekena mawani mamagan charge te matoya. Kanishna min ki in and me respect kashin kate. Owe katishin the moat. Kain at the ma cut the way out again. Kinuk sugar away, yeah. Kajigo wet young. Huntigo and then abono chia yat. Kajur cut it up cockle to get kain at the ma. 7-gun shot kinuk sugar away. I mean, me I just wet young. Some sinak sale ashki asak. Just got you each in the chip migiat kego, Kajin Binjagiat. Michkia, Jiniminja Motke, Kikanamagozat, Michkia, Kutaminot kego, Niche me, eh? Michin Asian attend the one, been key Asian attend the one. Yeah. Pep can get a go up women. Mitch my Nina Asian attend the man, Chewy chitting. Kain Chimmy got thing, Chewy chitting. Or got this Nangwa. NWMO. Me and Kane and the man kind at the basic Chibi got tongue, Kinawaya. Magana Mata being, or Gimakana. Kanishna mega. Kai mini go is in well. Kyogi Makaning. Stewards of the land, as in Kate. Me Asia boing me, yeah. The Tichugo de Jibeji going over. Magi no matter being. Yes, and Nagat. So Nagat. Nibagan no young Nichanish Nabe. Machine Kajana Nagaten Manchat Nigan Panechin Tunisia Gaboing. Kanago Nikan Nasia Nanik, Kaunian Tonic. Kinana Chico Naniksha. I think Kanamagon Nanik and Kani Jagaboing. Kaya Junior Young, just to go chat. Where were they? Jeanette Nakamigazine. Kaitini Bapane, Chitney Bapane, and Mega Kagi Mini Goizine. Me and Kaja are not a 10-1. You know, Chinoa Kaging, Mikana, Jamaican again. Min ki na ka ten one in ki ogi na kami gisan skego wai garage ka ji ga te man skoni ganing yang min ki na ka ten one kanishna Kida away, yeah. Minki Gichimidandan Egia Gichiga taking Skunigan and me, yeah. Jawa Kagan. Constamo Jawa Kig, Mima, Yon Jamat say. Chitungo Chichun Jamat say. Ske, other minute not and Kitog. Tojichigat tell. Kinointi, yeah. Sagi ganan leson jichigat tell you jichigat taken or Kagan and make it a toa. And then me Marion Jamat say Gego. You know, your business doing in them. Mission K needed another each thought, min K, Nigan Jenny Jang. Min Kiga cannot go on get the mamma that is Nigan, Jiniga Nika boy. Jimmy, which.
I just wanted to go back to the NHL deal. As a young person here, and listening to this deal, I wonder, why is it the Vegas Golden Knights? You know, and a young person thinking about my youth in the community and my childhood, you know, growing up in poverty and, you know, all the things that I saw as a kid. You know, no kid should ever be walked to the school bus with your parent and a rifle, because the dogs weren't controlled, the animals weren't controlled. And I think about my family who have lived 8 to 10 people per room in a house. And I think if I were young, I am young, but if I was a kid in school living with that and seeing my chief and council fly to Vegas because they have that deal, I think what kind of example would that set to our young people? And sure, I might get opportunities from that, you know, training, but not all youth are hockey players, not all youth are sports players. You know, some like chess, some like crib, some like math, and all these other things. And I wonder, you know, thinking about the money, how many people could be like housed with the amount of money that is just the bare minimum? And I calculated it because it says minimum of 2 million, and then you said US dollars, 2.7, I guess $2.7.5 million dollars in Canadian dollars. That's $2,747,400, and that's the minimum requirement. And then the 50 million US dollars is actually $68,965,993. And I think about how many houses could be built with that. You know, I'm still on the band waiting list for housing. I don't need that now. I bought a house. But thinking about how many people wait 10, 15 years for band housing, and that right there is just, you know, hockey. Not all of us watch hockey. I like the Jets, you know. Jets programs, who's in with me, you know? Aho miigwech, thank you for listening.
Can I? Rebecca Mandamin from Escate Zaga. Again, I'm just speaking for myself here. One of the things that one of the committee members mentioned earlier was that they were probably hoping to get anywhere between $15 to $20 million raised from the First Nations, and one of the things that you talked about was Vegas giving us a sports arena here in our area. Why can't we use the money that we're raising from this $15 to $20 million from our community to just build that sportsplex here for the youth, if that's what we're trying to do?
Bonjour. Chief Richard Breer, Couchiching First Nation. I'm wondering here, Chief Copenhagen has just raised some very important issues. You got a spillover between environmental and economic development initiatives here in Treaty 3. If some of you don't know about the mine just north of Barwick there, that thing is just over 1 kilometer wide. And it's about 900 feet deep, or 300 meters deep. Now, I understand, that, and I'm not picking on you, Economic Development Committee, or, I want you to know that, because this group has obviously been sanctioned by the chiefs in the area. But I think there's somewhat of a disconnect between that, because what Chief Copenhagen is saying, if there's going to be 4 of them surrounding in the area here, and I've heard the reports, I've heard what they've said about him, because he's focusing on something that's very important, and that's children. And in our community, we've had, people that have passed away because of drug abuse, and it's a pandemic, and it's all over the area. Not just here, it's across Canada, it's in the States. But for those communities that are seeking to invest in it, in this hockey business, that's their business. I'm not going to sit here, and cast blame on them for something, that they want to do. If they got it, go ahead and knock yourself out and do it. But for some, and we're not involved in that, but I am concerned. We do have 2 individuals from the mine that are working in our community, and when I seen the photos from the air on that thing, and I talked to them, I said, well, and one of them reported to me that that thing is over like a click wide. I'm thinking, hokey, that's huge. So one of the guys that was working for us, I asked him, I said, what do they do with those tailings? Are they going to put them back in that hole? He said, oh no. He said, they're just going to cover them up. Then they're going to plant grass, they're going to plant trees and that sort of thing. I said, what about the environmental impact, if that stuff leaks? I said, then what's going to happen? Oh, he said, it won't leak. And I said, you mean to tell me that you don't think the earth moves and breathes? And it's no different than, the nuclear waste repository up in Ignace up that way. Eventually those things are going to contaminate our water and our land. And it's that simple, because we don't know what's going to happen. When the earth gets sick and tired of all the stuff that's going on to it, like, we're actually destroying our planet by doing these kinds of things. And money is very lucrative. Everybody wants the dollars. And we are no different from Cooch either. Because we want to advance. But we have some situations here. Like I said, we have a crisis with the drug use. We have a housing shortage. No, we're no different than any other community. We're trying to build lots and that sort of thing to accommodate the housing. But it worries me a little bit, what's going on, where our priorities and our focuses should be on these things. And I did ask for, because there's a very aggressive, overreaching bill that Ontario is proposing. And I think it might be in one of the 3rd readings. I'm not sure exactly how the parliamentary procedure works. Although I do know that it's going to come into force here pretty quick. When you hear Doug Ford telling his stance against what's coming from the States, that they're going to move into the north and do whatever they feel like doing, and you have big mining companies and big dollars backing them up, it's very hard to say no to that. But what's going to be left? We talk about children. And I've said down in our community, I says, how far does that orange shirt go? Is it just when we have that day, every child matters, or does it go deeper than that? Is it an everyday thing? I too, I faced being, given up for, scattered in our different, to the winds when I was a child. And, I'm no different, like and I don't want to go back, and I don't want to say, oh, it's, because my parents are in residential school and those sorts of things. But I come from a broken home, so I know what it's all about. And I have been around. My esteemed friend to the end of the table, he's known my family for years. Good friend of my older sister who's gone now. So I do get concerned, but it can't be just a show, an external show. when we're concerned. This stuff has got to come from inside the heart. So I know what he's talking about down there. You know, and I've never formally met the gentleman just to say hello. But when somebody tells one of our chiefs, that's because you're a bad chief, that bothered me, and I read that. So and I asked for one of my residents and one of my former chiefs, and who's a lawyer, just to give a quick presentation on this bill that's coming. And we're being blindsided, and we're not hearing anything. Tomorrow you're going to have the opportunity to have the Ontario chief here. You can, and I encourage you to ask him, what's happening here? Are our complaints falling on deaf ears down there? What's going on? But yeah, and like I said, I'm not blaming these guys. These people were sanctioned, and all these committees were sanctioned by this floor. But I think, as I said, I think we have a disconnect, and I think we have to refocus and think about what's going to be left in the future. Miigwech.
Okay, can I respond now? Thank you, chiefs. I really appreciate all your comments, and it's really a debate that I guess we will continue to have, in terms of how we go forward. And when I was given the mandate to do all this work, the chief said, think big, right? Bring us anything you got there, Gare. And that's what we brought. We looked at this. We also looked at the bee farm. The bee farm met our own food sovereignty goals. And that was very important because people said we need to think like a nation. We need to build our own economy because economic is our foundation. Some people say the economic cart pulls the social cart. I've heard that. So we've embarked on this work. We met with the economic chiefs. We've also met with the Treaty 3 investment group, and we developed a investment policy. This basically defines the parameters from which we would look at investment opportunities. And what you said was you want things that are sustainable for growth. And then you also wanted us not to intercede or conflict with communities and what they're already doing, because communities are all involved in other different projects. And then also look at projects that could be, collective in nature. And so this project looks, is within that scope of work that we were defined. And we brought it to chiefs there last year. And the 7 communities are the ones that asked us to proceed. And that's what we were doing. So I do appreciate all the comments, because one of the things that leads to for me, is the work that's happening at Gamakong. Gamakong Bamotasiwan is the work that we're doing with youth and people in the justice system, in mental health and addictions, and they're just down the road from here. So I would think that everybody in here, in this room, would support the work that's happening at Gamakong, because that's working with our youth and working with our young offenders to help them to focus on what we've been told is our identity is the most important. So we need to know our Anishinaabe name, we need to know our clan, and we need to know our language. Those 3 things, and then we'll be good. And what we do is we still use the elders. We do all of our work through ceremonies. We make sure we do everything correctly. And I'm really proud of the work that our economic staff do here on a daily basis to help the nation. Because I know we have to get to nationhood. because we can't have the government pay for everything. At some point, we have to take control of all that. And that's by bringing economic opportunities to Treaty 3. We deliberate and we work with them. We know that communities are not all going to be at the same level. We know, but we're going to help you. You know, one of the things that we're working on is policy, economic policy. And when we work on the economic policy, it's defining whatever revenue comes into Grand Council Treaty Number 3. In the future, we can define how that money is spent. You could say, well, let's give some money to the Women's Council. Let's give some money to the Youth Council. Let's put that money in for our youth. You know, and or even special projects, or you know, something like Gemicong. How do we support some of these things that we're doing that's helping our people? So I appreciate the comments today, and you know, I really believe that once we consider and continue to work together, we'll find a way. So may good for that in those comments. So with that, the beef deal, and then Gamacong.
Bonjour. I just want to make some closing remarks before we end this long session. You know, don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed the feedback we get from our colleagues and also the citizens of Treaty 3. I really appreciate that. But, you know, I think we all of us that sit around here today are coming from the same point of view. We try to look after the nation. We try to look after the youth. But for some reason, we seem to start blaming each other for the things that are going on in this nationhood in Canada. And I heard Chief Tom talk about working together, coming together, and working these issues out together. We will not succeed if we start pointing fingers at each other. I know Gary and the ECDEV Chiefs Committee work hard to try to establish the things that we talked about here today based on the mandates. And I like criticism. I don't mind constructive criticism. I learned from that. By all means, I've been getting that for the last 30 years. But we need to move forward. And it's all of us' responsibility to move these economic opportunities forward. Maybe the driving force would be to think about the kids that are growing up and watching, because they are watching. I think it was very clear what Kakinotigis had mentioned. We seem to forget about them. But, you know, I'm going to keep going for as long as we can based on the mandates. If you want us to stop, then cut the mandates, and we'll turn to another direction. I've been talking for a long time as well. You know, I sit on the board, and I totally agree when our chiefs are saying there's a disconnect. There is. And I think we need to figure out what that disconnect is and put these things back together. Because we are a big organization. I hear a lot of times these are program stuff we shouldn't be involved in them, and I get it off again. But we need to come together and start working together as one. You know, just my last comment is, you know, whenever I get hacked on something or questioned on something, it means that we're trying to do something. And that tells me a lot. And I know Gary and his crew try each day to try to move on these files. So miigwech Gary, miigwech the chiefs that are helping Gary move this file, and as well as the investment board, miigwech and Denagngege. So there's a lot going on. So I just wanted to say that in the best way. I'm not trying to upset anybody, but and I'm not upset. I enjoy the comments that came forward. Miigwech.
Want to do the beef deal?
Miigwech.
How bojo wapsken miki benesi to go kiwait nung noden a quid to go get the man don't I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Bish gong don jabal, bish gong ningiwe. My English alias is Mona Gordon. I sit in the northern doorway, represent the northern doorway of Treaty 3 on the Grand Council, the Women's Council. I just want to commend all of you for your work and your efforts. And I just want to make a suggestion. I don't know if Treaty 3 has had any discussions, preliminary discussions around this, about the possibility of looking at urban reserves throughout the nation as a source of revenue and economic opportunity. I just wanted to make that suggestion. But I would also like to pass some tobacco to ask for a healing song or a song for our chiefs. I'm hearing the chiefs echo that they're feeling, them too, they're feeling a disconnect. And I can understand that and I can relate to that. So at some point during this assembly, whether it's today or tomorrow, if we could have a healing song rendered for our chiefs to lift them up in song and prayer and offerings, that would be, that I'd really like to see that happen before the assembly is concluded. And I would also like to make another request. I know we have a lot of I want to say threats when it comes to, in our territory right now, when it comes to the land and the water and the Nwemaganik, our relatives. But what I don't want to see in assembly is any chiefs disrespecting other chiefs when it comes to discussing these matters. If we can continue to do so in a respectful manner, I would really appreciate that, because I know when we had assembly in Lac Seul, there was some conduct that happened within the lodge of the National Assembly. So I just want to make sure that we do things in a good way and that we come from a place of good spirit and a place of love for our land and our water and each other. I just want to remind everybody that, you know, we're all Anishinaabe here and we're all one. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Mona, for those comments. I wanted to respond to your question about urban reserves. So we had an initiative that started back about 10, 12 years ago with the mayor of Sioux Lookout, who was supportive of an urban reserve in Sioux Lookout. So Sioux Lookout now is made up of pretty much 50-50, if not more, First Nations than non-First Nations. So, and there's a lot of First Nations businesses and PTOs in the community there, and a lot of services provided. So I began discussions with the mayor, and we had some town halls, and much like what we have here, and we put the concept toward the town people, and there was a lot of them there, and I almost got ran out of town, tarred and feathered when I started talking about urban reserve, and they started saying, "What? We don't want an urban reserve here. We don't want crime. All this stuff's going to start happening here." They had no idea what the concept of urban reserve is about. It's an economic zone. That's what it is. So that failed, but I'm not giving up. We're gonna try again. Maybe they're more receptive now, 10, 12 years later. And that can happen anywhere. You can have that urban reserve concept initiated here in Kenora, perhaps, or Red Lake, or Dryden. So it's out there as a possible way of doing economic opportunities for First Nations.
Okay, so we do have 2 items we want to get through. So Haley on beef deal.
Okay, I'll be really quick. So currently through the Treaty 3 Investment Group, we are looking to complete the purchase of farmland. So it's under review with BMO, and we're just going through the final steps to close that deal. So the whole purpose of this ties back to the discussion on food sovereignty. So it's Treaty 3 owned beef that's raised, processed, and distributed within the territory at a much lower grocery store price. So right now we're working to sell the remaining of the cattle, and I think Shai Kobanes is in the corner there with beef order forms if you're interested to purchase beef. So with that, I'll pass it to Gary, and this is our last piece.
Yes, Mike Tulloch from Pinokian Farms has donated beef. It'll be part of your lunchtime on Thursday. So come here if you want to have a steak dinner. So, so with that, I'm going to ask our friend Billy Boucher to come and talk about Gamakong. Billy.
Bonjour. Peba basige benes nishtkaz makwan dotem. Unagamein donji. I was given tobacco a while back to speak to some of the things that have been taking place out at Gamakan bin Matazian. What has been taking place for the last little while has been lots of ceremony, lots of healing. There's been a sweat lodge there for a little while. I became involved with the camp probably about a year and a half ago, maybe almost 2 years ago, and sitting in the lodge. I've seen in the ceremonies out there at the camp, there's been change with people in across all sectors, including some of the vulnerable people that we see in Kenora. There's been some of those individuals that have come through camp and that have received some form of healing in that way. The things that have taken place for the last little while, we've been able to help to engage clients and residents that are accessing services in the Kenora area across the lifespan. We've done a lot of youth have come through, like at the Woods District Hospital. We're currently engaging in orientation to ceremony. So it's touching. The work out at camp has been touching a lot of different places and affecting different kinds of change in systems. And through those ceremonies, and through helping those individuals that have come through camp, people have been able to find their way, to find their life again for some. And I'm very grateful that I've been a part of that for the last little while. One of the things that brought me to that camp was the original request came from Okichita, Francis Kavanaugh, and he had passed tobacco to me to ask for help with ceremonies for our police officers, OPP officers, and Treaty 3 officers that were suffering from post-traumatic stress, and to provide that safe and sacred space for them to be able to do that work for themselves, for them to be able to continue that frontline work. So those are the examples of the work that's being done out at Gamakan Pamatazian. And there's been many different people from all walks of life that have come through that lodge, and there's been ceremonies that involve like detoxification, which is a very it can be a very stressful situation for some of those individuals that are coming through. So there's always that process of making sure that they're physically able to endure that process of detox through ceremony. So there's always that spiritual vetting that takes place in the lodge to make sure that all those individuals that are coming through camp are capable of being able to commit to themselves and commit to that promise to themselves if they make that promise to themselves to heal. So we try and create and support that space for those individuals when they make that decision to think about their healing and to think about that journey that they wish to embark on. So that has been my role in helping people come through the camp. And if there are any questions or any comments, I'm going to be here over the next 3 days here, so I'm more than willing to sit down and have a discussion and explain in more detail some of the things that take place at our camp. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Bisindamek. Miigwech. We're finally done. We're off the hot seat.
Okay, so we go to the economic chiefs for their update. There's been a request for some healing. I'm going to turn to Elder Fred Kelly for his assistance in this area. Following that, we'll have a little break and continue with the cultural chiefs after the break.
You got Gary. Bring your team back up here. I've been listening very carefully at the presentation that was made here. And as you progress, you start to see some shortcomings, and rather than, but they are not shortcomings, they are progressive. Success, if success is the ultimate goal, it's a progress towards success. So it's incremental. Politically, it's all about power. Economics, it's measured in terms of money, and all those other kinds, they have different forms of measurement. And the Anishinaabe way it looks at it is, minotagit tawin, kinotagit, translation of both is wellness. And I see that this group over here has put a lot of effort, worked with some people around them, and I would like to ask for an honor song for this group of people at first, and then of course there will be honor songs as well for the level of progress that the people are making towards the well-being of our people. As was pointed out, it's a collective effort on behalf of the nation, not individuality. Please give them an honor song to each one of these people over here who have put a great effort and will continue. This is not congratulations, but rather encouragement to keep going in that direction. How can you go wrong when you're talking to these drums, sacred flags, and the spirits are listening? They will continue to guide you. Miigwech.
Oh, Miigwech. Oh, wow. Good song, good song. So we'll take a short 10-minute break. Coming back, we'll get the cultural chiefs update. Howak, miigwech for that song. So we'll now receive an update from the cultural chiefs. Can I invite you up? Cultural chiefs, please. We also mentioned that the Bill C5 is also going to be brought up. It'll be part of the presentation from the Environmental Chiefs update, so that's going to be presented, and I'll be asking Chief Breer to introduce his presenter at that time. So the cultural chiefs, you're on the air.
Good afternoon. Wij zijn going to be Indigenous Bijou with Tutem, Mishkusimina Zibing and Donji. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lynn Indian. I'm Chief of Big Grassy First Nation. I guess we'll just first do a round of introductions, and then what we opted to do was to have our technicians do the various presentations within the programs and departments.
Bonjour, Wasanaba Indigenous. I'm Andrea Camp, the chief from Buffalo Point, and we're just going to go with to the text.
Bonjour, Zawagnayash, Mizie Wagijik Tishnikas, Skobokaning, Chimangring Devonji. My English name is Shane Whitecrow. I'm the chief of St. River First Nations. Thanks, Miigwech.
Bonjour, Wapshke Gnia Koi Indigo, Mishkozi Minizi Bing Ndonji, Makwan Ndotam, the Indian Residential School Cultural Manager, Anum Kiwin. My English name is Mackenzie Archie, and I'm from Big Grassy First Nation, and I'm the IRS Cultural Manager for Grand Council Treaty 3.
Bonjour, Yagega Megabo Indigo, Wajashk, Nelotem, Nikus Minakaning and Nelonji. My English name is Larry Morrison. I'm the Treaty Rights Research Director for Grand Council Treaty 3.
Bonjour, Alicia McLeod, Indigenous Cause, Kijibawai Timok Indigo, Makwa Nudem, Anam Kiwajing 37 in Dunji. I'm Alicia McLeod, and I'm the Director of Justice for Grand Council Treaty 3.
Bonjour, my name is Diana Cowley. Inabi Mikinak Indigo, Mikinak Nindotem, Nijon Mede, Neot Kemagwaning Nindochi.
All right, okay. First, we just want to acknowledge the other cultural committee chiefs that aren't here. Chief Kevin Redsky, Chief Chris Geed, Chief John Mishidimi, and Chief Janice Henderson. So I guess we'll start first with Tar.
Good day, everyone. I'll try and keep it short. With the Treaty Rights Research Department, we work with 14 of the First Nations doing the specific claims research on behalf of the individual First Nations. Through a band council resolution, we get our mandate from you guys, the First Nations. We have 53 of the claims that are on our work plan for this fiscal year, 25-26. And we have different stages of research for most of the claims. whether it be timber, some of the land surrenders, the agricultural supplies, treaty land entitlement. Annuity payment shortfalls and cows and plows are new ones that are going to be on some of the work plan for this fiscal year. Farming land, and we also follow up with claims that have been submitted over the years, such as flooding. We always keep that on the radar in case it ever gets to the point where we need to address that issue again, where for the communities that don't resolve the flooding claims. Also, flowage impacts, loss of timber revenue. We have a few of them on the work plan already, and then just at some of the different stages of research would be whether it requires a professional forester to look at an impact assessment that needs to be done. So we do all of that for the First Nation. But right now, in terms of our 24-25 budget, we're still working with our finance department to just close off some of the files and for that fiscal year end. And as I said before, the 25-26 work plan, well, we did submit back in January 31st for this year's work, and we haven't had any written confirmation as of yet whether the funding has been approved or not. But we can say that all the central research units right across the country are going to be funded. We just don't know how much. So some of the different projects that are on our work plan for this year, we just have to put it on, like, halted right now because we just want to know how much we get in terms of funding. So we don't want to overstep our allotted money. From January to April of this year, we did work with I don't know if Alan Luby's still here, but we did work with Alan Luby and a number of the First Nations, 4 of them, on the headlands issue. But as far as TAR was concerned, because we couldn't be hands-on with the headlands project, simply because it falls out of the specific claims criteria, and it's not considered a claim under their process. But we did work with the First Nations in terms of what we had on file in terms of records, to try and work to digitize our records and just to take a good look at what we had. And that way we can work with the First Nations to move along with the headlands issue. We worked with Don Colburn as well, and Andy Sky, who are considered our experts in terms of that digital database that we were trying to work on. Because I know for us, like, we have a lot of the records in our CCANs, and geez, we had like over 300 boxes when all was said and done, and it's all sitting in our CCANs, subjected to the weather. So we needed to try and do a digital database, and then that way we can maintain those records and then they're not lost. Because there's a lot of good information there, and we need to put something on digital format. But we were working with Dan Jourdain out of our office and Muckwa 7 to just to get that project going. And a lot of the legwork has been done in terms of digitizing all the records. And right now we're to the point where we can start just organizing it and making sense of what we have in our possession. And I did attend a National Research Directors Workshop. It was last week, May 14th, 15th, anyhow. But it was a pretty intense discussion with some of the research units right across the country, as well as the government officials that deal with the claims process. Some of the CERNA officials were there too, and our funders, and then some of the representatives from the Library and Archives of Canada as well. And just some of the topics that were discussed were, I think the big one is just reviewing the access to the information, because a lot of the records now are restricted access, and then to try and gain access to those records is a process in itself. It would take years just to, whether informally or formally, requesting those materials. And then that was the big discussion. And then the other one was just the funding too, was another one, a hot topic there. And we also had representatives from Assembly of First Nations to present on just some of the policies that they're working on in terms of the claims process and how we can better serve the nations, like from a national perspective, I guess. And then also the reform and the updates on the specific claims resolutions process itself is still a topic that's going to be discussed for a while yet. And I know for this year, I was voluntold by my assistant, who is hiding out there, but Chastity. I only found out after the meeting that we were going to be co-hosting our National Claims Research Workshop. But this is going to be a first for Grand Council Treaty 3, and this year we're looking at October, I think it's, October 21st to the 23rd of this year in Winnipeg, co-hosting with, I think it's the Public Archives of Manitoba, or Hudson Bay Company, I think. And I don't know, it's going to be a big event that's open to all the research units, to come and present on what's going on in their area. So I think I'm going to be just sending out a mass email, just to potential presenters for our area, because it's a time for us to showcase what we've been doing in Treaty 3 in terms of the claims process. So that's going to be a big event. So watch out for that. And then the National Claims Workshop just deals with all sorts of topics when it comes to research. And then we did apply for funding for that, so it doesn't come out of our budget. And then we did get word that it was approved for this fiscal year. So we're going to be reaching out to all the First Nations, and hopefully they got some resource people that they can forward their names, and we can try and get them on the agenda for our workshop this year. And just some of the other stuff that we've been doing too, like I know we met with a few of the First Nations to update them on their claims, and just getting direction from the First Nations to move forward with the claims, and just any recommendations from them. I know we haven't hit all the First Nations, but we will. The ones that are on our work plan anyhow. But anyway, with that, I'm just here to listen now to the other ones. I say miigwech for your time.
Bonjour. I'd like to begin by acknowledging our traditional drum, our sacred items, and our elders. I'd also like to acknowledge Ogichita Francis Kavanagh and Gakana Wa Tegazud, Cheyenne Vandermeer, and the Treaty 3 First Nation chiefs for being with us today. I'd also like to say miigwech to Chief Lorraine Kobanes and Councillor Reno Cameron for welcoming and hosting us in their community today. So I'm here today to provide an update on the Indian Residential School Health Support Program, also known as Sokatatuan. Our program continues to serve the 28 communities of Treaty 3 by providing trauma-informed care, mental health, spiritual, emotional, and cultural support for former Indian residential school students and their families. Our current funding is secured until March 31st, 2026. A key aspect of our mandate is to support the healing journeys of Anishinaabe people, assisting them in reclaiming, revitalizing, and strengthening their cultural identity through traditional teachings and knowledge. So as we all know, residential schools have had a profound and lasting impact on Anishinaabe mental health. Many of our survivors have endured severe abuse, trauma, and a devastating loss of culture, leaving them at a high risk for mental illness and in need of support. Our program supports the working groups of all the IRS leads for the 6 Treaty 3 schools in our area by way of ceremonies, supporting community initiatives, IRS gatherings, and other events that they see fit in their community. Our program has also recently begun creating awareness on the 60 Scoop. So the Scoop resulted in the forced removal of thousands of Anishinaabe children from their families and communities and placed them in non-Indigenous homes where their cultural identity was lost. The lasting effects of this trauma continue to have lasting impacts through generations, individuals, families, and communities. So our department recognizes the importance of providing safe spaces and access to resources and support services to help address these ongoing challenges of intergenerational trauma. Our program aims to promote understanding, empathy, and healing for all survivors and their families. Our work also extends to educating our youth about this difficult history, addressing the ongoing trauma, and raising awareness of survivor experiences to support their healing journey and to build a more inclusive future for the next generation. In our commitment to the well-being of the Anishinaabe people, we also provide support to families impacted by the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, the MMIWG-2S crisis. This includes offering mental health support, providing advocacy, and supporting community-led initiatives guided by the voices of the MMIWG-2S families and communities. We actively network with regional and national organizations to address the systematic issues, working towards healing, remembrance, and meaningful action. So our current MMIWG position for Grand Council Treaty 3 is vacant, but that position will be filled very soon. Our program also facilitates sharing circles across the 28 First Nation communities, ensuring accessible spaces for support, advocacy, and collective healing for those affected by the Indian residential schools, the day schools, 60 Scoop, and the MMIWG crisis. So I'm just going to provide a little background on some of the work that we've been doing on the current settlements that are taking place that you may have all heard of. So the first one is the Indian Boarding Home Class Action Settlement. So this settlement aims to address the long-term lasting harms inflicted by the federal government, the Indian Boarding Home Program. This program is active from September 1st, 1951 to June 30th, 1992. So they placed Indigenous children in private boarding homes for education, often far from their families and communities. So like residential schools, this system led to significant loss of culture and various forms of abuse. The claim submission period for this settlement began on August 21st, 2024, and will remain open until February 22, 2027, giving eligible individuals ample time to come forward And the compensation is offered in 2 categories. So the first category is Category 1. It's a $10,000 payment for the experience of placement in a boarding home. And Category 2 is additional compensation ranging from $10,000 up to $200,000 for those who experienced physical, sexual, and other forms of abuse during this placement. The Wasokotatuwan team is actively supporting all 28 First Nation communities through this application process. This involves direct outreach, assistance with application, completion, and connecting community members with mental health support services. We regularly share updates and resources via social media and in our monthly newsletter to ensure widespread access to information is available. Since the claim period has started, our team members have visited 22 of the 28 communities to provide support and to guide individuals through the application process. The next settlement I'd like to give an update on is the First Nation Child and Family Services Endurance Principle Settlement. So beginning in March 2025, the First Nation Child and Family Service Endurance Principle Settlement provides financial compensation to First Nation individuals and their families who suffered harm due to the discriminatory underfunding of First Nation children and family services and the restrictive application of Endurance Principle by the Canadian government. So this settlement acknowledges the systematic inequities that led to negative impacts, including family separation, denial of essential services for First Nations children. So this claim process is being rolled out in different phases. The initial phase focuses on First Nation individuals removed from their homes as children between April 1st, 1991 and March 31st, 2022, while you were living on reserve in the Yukon and placed in care funded by the Indigenous Service Canada, as well as their caregiving parents and or grandparents. So further claim periods for the other eligible groups will open at a later date. So recognizing the significance of this settlement, the IRS department has secured funding from ISK for the next 2 years to raise awareness and provide direct application assistance. We will be hiring 2 new settlement navigators and 2 cultural support workers to take the lead on this settlement, ideally placing one in Fort Frances and one in Kenora to ensure accessible support across the region. So if anybody here would like support with those applications, if you want more information, if you'd like our team to visit your community, have any questions, please reach out to me anytime. I'll be here for the next 3 days. We have a booth in the front as well, so just come and see us, and we'll provide as much support that we can on these 2 settlements. So current and upcoming initiatives and projects that our department is in the process of doing. So in 2012, Grand Council Treaty 3 unveiled 6 monuments to honor the children who attended residential schools. The Wasokotatuwan team is committed to expanding this tribute to include the names of the individuals from the 28 First Nation communities within Treaty 3. So to include a loved one's name, an online consent form can be completed by an individual or an authorized family member. You can download it from our website, and then you can just email it to the IRS department. We also have those forms with us at our booth in the front. So to honor the 6 Indian residential schools and monuments within Treaty 3, we have begun initiating a new spring and fall tradition. This involves coordinating a flag-raising ceremony, site cleanup initiatives, and a dedicated reflection and remembrance ceremonies within these sites and the community leadership. So these gatherings will serve as a time to collectively remember the children we lost, acknowledge those who did not return home, and offer strength and support to the survivors who continue to walk among us. To ensure ongoing transparency and engagement, the Indian Residential School Department began producing monthly newsletters in February 2025. So these updates and newsletters will be distributed to all communities, providing essential information about our work and the support we offer. So each newsletter features key updates on the Indian Boarding Home Class Action application sessions, upcoming events, summaries of past initiatives, available mental health resources, land-based teachings, and a special section to honor our youth and adult achievements in our communities. So we're also developing a survivor story development map with Makwa 7. They'll provide information This project will provide information about the 6 Indian residential schools within Treaty 3. So this project includes pictures of students in the schools, digitalizing records, and creating a living document to honor survivors' names, where we can begin to display these names at our upcoming Orange Shirt Day powwow in September, and at all our future IRS gatherings. We're also working on creating a database of IRS student names in Treaty 3 from each of the schools and each of the communities. So it's a work in progress, and a lot of the working groups are doing the same thing. So we're collaborating with all of the working groups to ensure this is done in a good way, and we're sharing information the best that we can. And we're also trying to work with the NTRC to gain access to those names of our students. So the IRS department believes in maintaining an active and inclusive presence within all of our communities. We are dedicated to ensuring support is readily accessible so our people can receive assistance within the programs and services they are entitled to without having to leave their own community. So our team consistently demonstrates a strong commitment to community engagement. So I hope this overview of the IRS department work resonates with you and highlights our commitment to supporting our 28 First Nation communities and our survivors. The well-being of our elders, survivors, and families is at the heart of everything we do. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you need any support, have suggestions, recommendations, or just simply want to connect. We'll be at our booth again over the next 3 days, and I invite you to come visit us, learn more, and just to say hello. So I'm going to provide just a quick overview of some of the activities that we've done. I didn't want to go too much into detail because we do have our newsletters here, and I believe our newsletters really just speak for themselves. So some of the things that we've done is we've done the Indian boarding home community application sessions. We've done MMIWG events. We facilitated and coordinated the spring ceremony for Grand Council Treaty 3. We've done the flag raising ceremony at the Cecilia Jeffrey property in Kenora. We recently did the Moose Hide campaign in Fort Francis. We had the Women's Day self-care, International Women's Day self-care and beading event. We've been doing open drumming in Kenora bi-weekly. We've done ribbon shirt making for survivors. We've done hand drum making in Kenora and Whitefish Bay. We've recently done 2 courses for the Canadian Firearms safety course. We did the ice fishing challenge, which was a really big hit. We've done sharing circles for MMIWG, our IRS survivors, and as well as our intergenerational trauma. We've done circles for those. We've had Nishmas parties. We've done language revitalization with Roy Tom. So the goal of our program is really just to support our survivors the best that we can and offer them love and kindness and provide that support. All the things that they lost as a child, we want to be able to give back to them as an elder and begin to take care of them and their families and provide that education and awareness and share that history with everybody. So again, if you have any questions about anything that I've presented, please come and see me. I preferred not to put me on the hot spot right now, but come and see me. I'll be here for 3 days, and I really look forward to connecting with all of you. Miigwech Bizindomayag.
Awesome. All right, moving on. This is the department update for the Justice Department. Our department has grown from a small team of 4 into a regional department with over 35 staff operating from hubs in Kenora, Dryden, Fort Francis, and satellite offices in Grassy Narrows, Wabsamong, Laxul, and Whitefish Bay. So our department is directed to enhance access to justice for Treaty 3 citizens, develop justice initiatives and services, and seek funding opportunities that strengthen our the Justice Department initiatives. So non-departmental services, Treaty 3 Police Services Contract, and Strategic Review. So the Treaty 3 Police continues to play a vital role in delivering cultural grounded policing across Treaty 3 territory. As one of the few Indigenous-led police services in Canada, Treaty 3 Police is central to advancing community safety, justice reform, Treaty 3-based governance, However, the service continues to face critical operational funding and structural challenges, placing strain on service delivery. So the current status, so Treaty 3 Police secured a one-year agreement in 2024, following with a two-year extension to 2027. They'll be providing an update on what they're working on and what they need from us tomorrow, I believe. So the negotiations are underway, and are looking for guide to long-term planning. So recommendations is to continue to support Treaty 3 police leadership in advocating for sustainable index funding models that reflect the true cost of First Nations policing, identify and pursue funding for departmental roles as for our department to support the work that they're doing in the negotiations, and acknowledge and assist the leadership transition under Chief of Police Cheryl Gervais, ensuring continuing alignment in nation priorities. So next is the Indigenous Justice Strategy. So the Indigenous Justice Strategy is a national initiative led by the Justice Canada to address systemic discrimination and overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the Canadian justice system. It was first mandated in 2021 and is rooted in federal commitments to UNDRIP and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, calls to action, and the MMIWG calls for justice. So the current status, although Justice Canada completed 2 formal waves of national engagement between 22 and 23, progress has slowed. As of early as 2025, the department is awaiting renewed federal direction following the 2024 election and final Indigenous Justice Strategy, and its implementation plans have yet to be released, but we're waiting. So I think recommendations is to advocate for Treaty 3 specific implementation pathway that affirms Anishinaabe law, governance, and inherent jurisdiction. I think we need to request a formal update from Justice Canada for next timeline, next steps, and available funding for community-based planning. I also believe we need to secure funding for a policy analyst or program advisor within our department to support this justice strategy within Treaty 3. Right now, we don't have that capacity, but we're working with leadership and Derek to help us advocate for that. So we're also, this will also help align with existing justice initiatives, restorative justice, Treaty 3 police strategic review, and the community court engagement. So next is the Kenora Justice Center and the Northwest Court strategy. So the Kenora Justice Center, formerly named, oh gosh, sorry, Don, Gananagada Badang, did I do that? All right. One who reviews, considers, and deliberates, was launched in February 6, 2023, marking a major milestone in justice transformation for Treaty 3. It's developed in partnership with the Ministry of Attorney General and community stakeholders in the Kenora region, and the center serves as a model for integrating restorative justice, cultural supports, and community-based services within and after the court system. The center held its first sitting February 28, 2023, and celebrated its one-year anniversary in March 2024. Its work has laid a strong foundation for broader regional court reform in collaboration with the Ontario Court of Justice. So as of May 2025, the Kenora Justice Center continues to serve as a hub for community engagement, culturally responsive justice services. Recent events such as the Spring Feast held on May 15th and the Cultural Hub session on April 16th have fostered community connection and dialogue around justice initiatives. So in early 2025, we have initiated preliminary collaboration with the Ontario Court of Justice to explore the development of a Northwest Court strategy. The initiative aims to expand community-led Anishinaabe-informed court models that enhance accessibility and cultural relevance in Treaty 3 territory. So the concept of in-community court proceedings was introduced during sessions at the Justice Center, emphasizing the importance of localized approaches grounded in elder involvement, traditional values, and healing-focused justice. Grand Council Treaty 3 has underscored the significance of active participation in these discussions and has commenced internal planning to coordinate leadership input. I think next steps is we look at, convene leadership to define a Treaty 3's direction for the Northwest Court strategy. This is to ensure that it's included in early community court discussions and establish a coordinated engagement process. Also work with the Ontario Court of Justice to plan engagement involving elders, knowledge holders, and justice staff. This work would align with Indigenous justice strategy and Treaty 3 justice priorities. And we also should track pilot activities and community input to support advocacy, program design, and funding within the strategy. All right. So the next is program-related updates. So our department remains committed to advocating for Treaty 3 members with the court and justice system with the goal of reducing overrepresentation of Indigenous people. To further enhance service delivery, the Justice Department has strengthened its management team by appointing managers in offices in Dryden, Fort Francis, Kenora, and at the Justice Center. This just helps with operational supports, as I'm one person and there's almost 35 staff to look after. So for the reporting year, we supported over 756 clients through its core justice programs. The number reflects the department's continued growth and the increasing demand for culturally grounded community-based services across Treaty 3 service, or territory, sorry. Importantly, this total doesn't include service delivery within Kenora Justice Center, operate in partnership with Nietzsche Friendship Center. That's a Circle of Care program that we have within the Justice Center, which served approximately 900 participants during the same period. Together, these figures highlight the collective impact and expanding reach of Treaty 3 nation-based justice systems. The programs operating under the Justice Department is civil family mediation. We don't have anyone in that position. It's open. The Community Circle of Care, which is the case managers and our senior coordinator and our other folks at the Justice Center. Community Correctional Worker Program, Community Justice, Gladio Aftercare, Gladio Writer, Bail Verification and Supervision, Indigenous Support Network, our NILO program, which is new. We have 1 person and 2 vacancies. We also have youth diversion, youth intervention, and youth reintegration. So as of May 2025, the Justice Department employs a total of 37 staff across its offices and justice programs. When fully staffed, the department will operate with 46 positions, reflecting the need for additional capacity to meet the growing demands of service delivery, community engagement, and justice system coordination across Treaty 3. So, like I said earlier, we have ongoing efforts to recruit vacant roles and find support positions for the restorative justice programs and to support cultural services and court-based navigation. So ensuring full staffing remains a key priority in the year based ahead to sustain and expand quality, cultural, appropriate justice initiatives throughout the territory. And that's my update. Hope that was good. You witch.
So I'm going to do the department update for the education department. So it is with respect we acknowledge at the department our Gijita and Gijita Kwe, our revered elders and knowledge keepers, and our leadership at the Grand Council Treaty 3, and our communities, our nations. We want to extend our deepest gratitude to to the dignitaries and our hosts here at Dawes Nation. Thank you for welcoming us here. We acknowledge the spirit of the land that has nurtured our ancestors since time immemorial, and we honor the sacred items that connect us to our spiritual teachings. We recognize and appreciate our valued partners and our allies who walk along us on this journey of educational sovereignty. It is with both humility and honor that we stand here to share the vision of the Education Department. And our hearts are full as we gather in this community with purpose. So honoring our mandate, with respect for our ancestors and our commitment to future generations, the Education Department stands as a guardian for the educational pathways that honor our Anishinaabe identity. Our responsibility encompasses nurturing learners from their earliest years through post-secondary achievement, always guided by the Anishinaabe ways of being, knowing, and doing, and the knowledges that we carry. We walk alongside the directors of education from each First Nation, offering support while nurturing essential relationships with our valued community partners, AKRC, BMOC, and Seven Generations Educational Institute. Our collective vision, we as the Anishinaabe carry forward the wisdom and honor the Inukanagiwan. As descendants of those who negotiated Treaty Number 3, we represent our people from all walks of life, and we embrace lifelong learning and our sacred responsibilities to Mother Earth. Through her, we receive the teachings that form our holistic learning system, a living legacy for generations yet unborn. We sustain this vision by living in accordance with our Anishinaabe languages, culture, and traditions within our communities, sharing our ways of life and learning so that our people may walk the path of the good life. Our path forward. With humility and determination, we continue the journey begun in our strategic plan toward the creation of the Treaty 3 education law. Our department provides leadership in co-developing this foundational law, one that honors the spirit and intent of Treaty 3 sovereignty over education. This sacred work brings together students, parents, elders, knowledge keepers, Treaty 3 communities, education partners, political leadership, and other stakeholders. Together, we create a framework that balances Anishinaabe Nation laws with mainstream educational goals, ensuring our children walk in both worlds with strength and wisdom. Our journey of renewal and progress. With profound respect of our collective responsibilities, we wish to share the significant progress with the Education Department. Our team has been diligently working to establish a strong foundation that allows us to fully engage in the completion of the education law, a cornerstone document that honors our sovereignty and educational vision. From May 2024 to the present, our dedicated education staff undertook the critical task of finalizing reports to facilitate leadership transition. Their commitment to excellence, the team successfully completed 14 essential documents, ensuring all documental records are current and properly maintained. It is with great pleasure that we announce that I am the new Director of Education, and I've assumed my role about 5 days ago. So I will be picking up where things were left off with the educational law development and honoring the work that has been come before while bringing renewed vision to the essential initiative. And I will present a comprehensive strategic plan and updates regarding our educational initiatives at the forthcoming assembly, continuing our forward momentum on these important matters. So through this period of transition, the department has maintained its commitment to enhancing educational opportunities for all Treaty 3 members, and we remain dedicated to ensuring access for lifelong learning experiences that strengthen connections to our heritage and our traditional knowledge systems. And this progress represents our ongoing dedication to serving our communities with integrity, respect, and a vision for educational sovereignty that honors both our traditions and our future. So with gratitude and commitment to transparency, we are pleased to share several significant accomplishments that demonstrate our ongoing dedication to educational advancement within Treaty 3. We have successfully renewed and formalized critical funding relationships, including the 2023-2024 Educational Partnerships Program and the Bilateral Initiatives and Engagement Territorial Partnership Agreements, both officially signed March 21st, 2025. These agreements strengthen our capacity to deliver essential educational services across our communities. And we have also distributed mental health funding to our Ontario community to promote healthy choices and coping skills among students. And we acknowledge that this funding stream will not continue in the fiscal year. We remain committed to supporting our student wellness through alternative resources. We are pleased to also report the approval of the 2025-2026 First Nations and Inuit Youth Employment Strategy proposal, securing funding to provide employment opportunities that align with educational pursuits of First Nation of our people, including wages, travel, and valuable training experiences. So the cultural and educational advancements, we made significant progress in several key areas. I'll just name a few of these areas. The Elders Endorsement Language Model, it has been advanced to increase the presence of first fluent language speakers in provincial classrooms, reinforcing our commitment to Anishinaabe-Moan preservation and revitalization. Resolution CA 2318 focuses on language preservation and the inclusion of fluent first language speakers. Teaching Anishinaabe-Moan has been shared with school boards to strengthen our collaborative approach to language education. And we have successfully hosted the EPP Forum, Bridging Perspectives, in March 2025, bringing in 120 attendees to explore the traditional knowledge and modern innovation. In collaboration with the Health Department, we launched a Wiesenen project to address food insecurity in classrooms. This ongoing initiative includes the development of an online recipe book featuring cost-effective lunch options for students. So the department has initiated an online speaker series called Here's a Thought, which explores Anishinaabe ways of being in modern world while navigating the educational system. Future growth. So looking forward, the Grand Council Treaty 3 plans to enhance our capacity to the recruitment of a full-time First Nation lifelong learning table coordinator and a bilateral agreement coordinator who will support our ongoing activities outlined in our agreements. And these achievements reflect our commitment to educational sovereignty and our dedication to creating learning environments that honor both our traditional knowledge systems and contemporary educational needs. Closing remarks. As we conclude here, we want to reflect on the gratitude, on the sacred responsibility entrusted by the Education Department. The work before us, completing the Treaty 3 education law and ensuring educational sovereignty, honors both our ancestors' wisdom and our children's future. Our foundation prepared and our new leadership in place, we move forward united in our commitment to educational pathways that honors Anishinaabe ways of knowing while preparing our youth to thrive in both worlds. The future of education in Treaty 3 territory is bright, guided by tradition and strengthened by our collective vision. Miigwech.
Well, that concludes our presentations. Miigwech, everyone, for listening.
Thanks, Lynn. You're the best.
Okay, so Donna Anderson is going to take us to the end of the day. We have the environmental chiefs update, social chiefs update, and also one record of decision to be dealt with before the end of the day. So I'll turn it over to Donna.
Hello, everyone. Long time no see. It's been a long afternoon, but a very productive one, I think. I think there was a lot of spirited discussion, which is to be expected. I'm glad to see that, the theme here was abided by and followed very gracefully by everyone here. So, miigwech for that, and setting a good example for our up-and-coming leaders here today. So like Don said, we do have 2 more of our committees doing the presentation. So these 4, committees make up the pillars of the governance of Treaty 3. I know that earlier there were some comments about, things kind of tying into one another, some overlaps, so that is definitely appreciated. So after the presentations this afternoon, we can probably start to see the fuller picture, of the issues that were brought up earlier. Maybe will be touched on at one of the other updates. So now I'd like to call upon our environmental chiefs to come up here, and any technicians they have. Environmental chiefs, are you ready? We got to get everybody pumped up after that beautiful lunch. Is this an environmental chief making his way up? Yes, yes. So while they get situated and brought up here, I just wanted to send a little reminder to everyone that tomorrow we're going to have a full day of meals. So not only are we going to have breakfast and lunch, but we're going to end the day with a fish fry tomorrow. So we have that to look forward to. And as was mentioned before too, on Thursday, we are going to have some premium beef for lunch. So I just wanted to get everybody excited about those things too. All right. No, you are. That's your spot. All right. I'm going to turn things over to the environmental chiefs.
Are we ready? That one's not on, so. This one's on. Yeah. Bonjour. Now bitang digo. Kishkaman sin dotem. Oe gawi gagi kitong we wenim ni gagi kitaman ashna. Oe kinagegu umaga namat biek. Zag Chicago sago ge kinagegu. Oe das we ne bizin the mogashna gigi no ni gomen angom is gigi gomen. Oe give me a song. Kinigan skamangego. Ogo etas uega namat biot kien ziak. Tewe igana kigi kien ziak gigia. Chikitimagen meningito ashna kinana gichi kinana inonda gunana ge kitong. Ogo ege mi gunak kinage go sigo mage namat biot kanaga moat poganage kinage go inonda gomen. Gemene toge don dagunan. At so kana gege don dagunan kinagego. Mishma wencha pa yoeng ki gagi kitong chinonda gusang nan nonda gusang chin sita guang ani neshi gagwet yoeng. Good thing it is ki one ta woman min good thing when she can diata veki namatabiata ma. I'm gonna say this in English because there's people sitting out here that don't understand the language. What I said was we have to respect what's in front of us today. These drums, they may be drums to certain people, but to me they're grandfathers. And they've been sent here to do something, to guide us through, to watch over us, that we make the right decisions in everything we do. You know, right from the beginning, before we were even born, the Creator saw us sitting here and talking and bringing up these subjects that we're going to bring up today and these topics. You know, every one of us sitting in this room, we were sent here to do something. We're not here for nothing. A lot of people think they, just like young people I talk to, young people, they get to a point in life where they say, what's the sense? What am I doing here? I got no reason to be here. But no, the Creator doesn't make a mistake. He sent you all here for a reason, to do something. Look at these drummers sitting around this drum and the drum keeper. He was sent here to carry that drum. And that was already written before he was even born, that he's going to take care of this drum. And that's the same way we are. There's a position for everyone in this room. I talked about that once before, that there may be people from, I don't know, Australia or overseas that were sent to the spot today to hear what I have to say, because they have to understand they're not here for nothing. They're here to all work together to function, to bring that same thing that we're all working towards. So when you listen to that, we're not here to sit here and argue with each other about what's going to happen next. We're sent here to negotiate, to work together, to make that vision come through that the Creator sent here, or send us here to do. So when we do this, we give thanks to the Creator for sending us, for giving us that honor to be here for Him to carry out His what He wanted us to do. So there's no room for this kind of problems that we've been having. Sometimes we are our own worst enemies, only if we allow it. That's why the elders say, "Angwa mizik, wewe kanawa bandik, kego panego I mana bandikek, kishpen gi mana bandik, miani jwanisek." Time, guys and Katek, when you're busy arguing, you're busy disagreeing, you're losing time and effort. And that's what the Ottawa wants. They want us to argue and fight. And meanwhile, they can take their time sneaking up behind us and doing things that we don't want them to do. So we need to stand together and stand strong. And so I needed to say that because so we don't misunderstand each other, our purpose, and follow the Creator's vision. Mostly not mislead our people. And that's a big thing that happens a lot of times. That's why a lot of communities have problems in their community because of they call it misleading people, but what it is misunderstood chiefs. And they're not heard exactly what they're trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure what I'm talking about. One more time. Happening. Okay, so I'm going to pass it on here to my one of my warriors here. Me guys.
Bonjour. Bonjour, miigwech Chief Pentagon. Migiz weben esik indigo, waben esik mina, gimini go station kanagoan, tikandotem. Koi gainin go miigwech tagus, oi gainin gi wabandaman, and ke gajmini gozian gainin in the schnabekoyan. Oi, to quick skiton, to go in the schnabemoan, oi to go sit the months ago gainin, and in ke. When Jim Mark the one go gain go mark can or gamak way mind like it imigis the zagon the neighbor ganak gain the mok china march and naga boyan gainin mitishway gajandang nongam migwich dena min kegation is in gainin a pitin dogs jan mine go gainin as you go up and the guards that give up and the guards that oe in cage in the matabian gainin. Oe chichen demandishke, pognak, teganak, miganak, kinegego ma, gabjit doing imskiki, as sema no quizgan. Migwich oe gagi tomat, sheba, gewina, got the batchmot, as mini goose at gewina. Migwich in ke gainin, is skitwan, chimigwich tagzan. Janet go gainin magin a matap and ke, Chinamatabian my environmental chiefs, Mitasha, Squatchma, Nebit, Oma, Nasagasi region Kazo, Chief Gardener, Mimaga Namatabit, in the environmental chiefs committee, Migwich dish. Nagatena Nonga Magi Namatabian, Migwich, Dena, Gawin, Ganesh Tegi Nagi, me tut, Migizaganin, in Kegi, Nint Kit, Migo Panegi, Gitabachamut. Chitaguchi Ganabandaman, and in the Kege, Nin Venturemanachet, a tiki manangikata, Nibugego, Nibe, Iwabandamang, Chibekanagok, Cabbage Minaquang, we went it chicken in the gartic, Oigagajam tapan among them skiki, Gabby Nibu, Tikajatang, Gainin, Quailk, Cabby, tapan the mork on it. In the Naskamoat, oigi opposite imskike. Gawina ga pitin dogs jet, mine go gawina as mini goose at in K. Migwish kitin and em gainin, chine, itabachmon gainin, can Ganesh magin a matabisi, pangita go gainin as you can down, as you woman the man, Kikwezan kibi go on gainin, with the snogam gainin, Migwich done, oe, in K. Kines the sake, and to go get can go with him in the sake pane, to go march here, Chamagot go get come snacks sake, mean cage of the man, when Tishkin in a is a cowboy to man, or no Nibugan in went Chanimi Gossamin, or Nibuga go gana, the sake, or him to go ji, pane go get up and away a Tikimanan. Oige, Nibuge go abchitut, no chunia, camin in them, mean cage, chibin a mistake, Gikan down to the good march it this again, Oishunia, a snag jim again in which you might sing, Oige, the name Organic, Nibu, Gawin echo patsiok, and it kind of kiss, or kind of skitosino. Nitish again in a Jimmy Gwitch dogs again, or Tishkin in Ishamatabian. Ogega namat kandakiat Grand Council Treaty 3 ma TPU gajan ka take the territorial planning unit. We now got the batchmok and in kia gajan in kiat nongam. Nibu banin kiok migo gege we na kan windamoga zoat mine kina ogemaka Kina anenda me kanin kechinim in a steak, mean kejagwe jichigiat. We not tishkat the bachmok, or game is negan, majibigate ma, pishingin we want nabanaman, bisanago pi, genda chicken daswin, oyanin keg anin kiat, nibio mate. Mi goch to she, marin dakit, oitish, amina, or gawin, how mi goch.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcel Medicine Horton. I'm the chief of Manitou Rapids. 1 year ago, we had this incredible sacred meeting at Manitou Rapids on the shore of our river. And, we continue to fight with the Ministry of Environment. We brought down a classroom of kids again yesterday down to the rapids, and the sturgeon are spawning again in our rapids. But when you go down to the rapids, there's an unbelievable foul odor. And what had happened here, as you all may or may not know, sturgeon don't spawn every year, and the conditions have to be absolutely ideal for sturgeon to find the right environment to spawn. And 2 years ago, we invited the International Joint Water Commission to come to our community, and we were complaining because the water fluctuation levels are unbelievable in our river. And when the gates open in Fort Frances, Ontario, when they open up the hydro dams, it causes a lot of erosion, and our river banks are eroding unbelievably. When you walk at our rapids, we have a giant burial mound right beside our rapids, and when we had walked through, you can see artifacts. I picked up 600-700-year-old pottery chunks. There were scrapers, there were hide fleshers in there, and the ministry continues to tell us they're going to let us know when they open the dams and so on and so on and so on, but they don't do that. And it's this voice and it's this table here that has to keep pounding on the doors of the government here. The foul odor that a lot of the kids had smelled and the adults had smelled, what had happened is that the river was up. The sturgeon came in, they spawned, they did their thing, and then all of a sudden the gates or something must have closed in Fort Frances again, and the water levels had drastically went down. What had happened is that where the sturgeon originally spawned 8, 9, 10 days earlier, the water levels had dropped so much that all of the eggs were all exposed to the air, and they rotted. And again, just, the International Water Commission, we're hounding them all the time because we have a microeconomy in our community. When the sturgeon come and when all the walleye come, all of our commercial fisher people, they're out in the waters as they've been for the past 50, 60, 70, however many years. And we continuously lose our gill nets when the waters come up. Sometimes the gill nets get flushed away. Well, as you all know, a floating gill net down a river is not going to do our fish stock very good. And it's again, we just want more communication with the environment, with the Ministry of Environment people, because some notification would be appropriate. It'd be nice if they could listen to us and maybe alter the opening of the gates of the river to allow the sturgeon to spawn, carry that on to protect that environment just for a little while until the fry can hatch, until the fry can come back into the food system. But again, as we said a year ago at Manitou Rapids, we all have a stake in speaking, for the animals that cannot speak. All of the effort that went through from those incredible dinosaurs. Sturgeon haven't changed physiologically in the past 150 million years. They are the same creature as when the T-Rex ran across the land here. And it's very important that we bring that voice forward for those creatures that go through the effort. And just at the click of a mouse, gates open, water either comes through or goes down. There goes all the efforts of the sturgeon spawn for that year. And again, it's just heartbreaking to watch that and be a part of that last evening. But you know, on a personal note, I just want to let you all know that sitting up here with you, with our items, with all of our guests, all of our leaders, all of our citizens, there's no greater privilege I can point to right now than to be a part of this group with the Treaty 3 Nation. It really is an absolute privilege to sit here with you all and to listen and to converse. And at the end of it, all we want is a better life. That's it. Pretty simple. Again, my name is Marcel. I'm from Manitou. If anybody wants to have a conversation down the road, let's please do it. But I thank you, and I really appreciate coming to Dolls and having Reno here welcome us this morning. Miigwech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to acknowledge the sacred items, drums, and elders in the room. My name is Chris Herc. I'm the environmental manager at the Territorial Planning Unit, and I just want to say thank you to our chiefs for providing strong opening remarks and starting us off in a great way. I just want to touch on a couple quick staff updates for the Territorial Planning Unit at Grand Council. You've probably heard it, over time over the last year that we have been trying to hire for an emergency manager position. So happy to announce that we have officially hired an emergency manager for Grand Council Treaty 3. Going to be starting next week and starting out pretty quickly with helping manage a lot of the forest fires issues that are happening. On a smaller note or smaller scale, we have a couple summer students who have returned to the Territorial Planning Unit. Happy to have them back. So you may see them out there along the roadside, leading invasive species monitoring, along docks or on the water, leading environmental water monitoring, which kind of leads into the updates I'm going to just brief you on here for environmental monitoring and stewardship. One of the biggest things that we've been working towards since I started here about 8 years ago has been long-term water quality monitoring, which is, if you're familiar with environmental monitoring, there's a lot of different ways you can do environmental monitoring and water quality monitoring, but something especially over the last couple of years we've been putting a lot of effort into and finally happy to say we can move forward with it, starting tomorrow, is putting in long-term water quality monitoring stations in communities. So I said tomorrow, some of our staff are going up to Lac Seul to install a long-term water monitoring station at a location up there. Calling it a monitoring station, is a little bit vague. It's essentially, you might see it out on the water, as we're going to have 6, 7, or 8 of them out there this year. It's going to be a very large yellow buoy, attached to an anchoring system, and below that buoy is going to be essentially just a blue-looking cylinder with some sensors on it that are going to be keeping track of water temperature, conductivity, pH, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, water levels every hour for the entire open water season, which is amazing, as it's going to give us a really holistic look on how water quality is being impacted by climate change over time, by pollutants in the water, and really anything that can have an impact on it. So happy to say that, we are going to have definitely 6 going out this summer, possibly 1 or 2 more, based on capacity that we have. And long-term goal is to have 28 stations, 1 in each community, and then likely a handful more, key areas across Treaty 3. So something else that we've been again working on the last couple of years, shifting away from water quality monitoring, is invasive species monitoring and management. When I first started 8 years ago, really nothing being done from Grand Council outside of probably some policy commenting. So happy that we're over the last few years have been able to be out there in the field doing zebra mussel early detection monitoring, various different monitoring for invasive plant detection. But a big thing that we've been working on is having aquatic invasive species decontamination stations brought into Treaty 3 and operated by Grand Council Treaty 3 or communities. So last year we were able to get funding to purchase the first of 3 decontamination stations. So we are going to be having that at a popular boat launch area in Kenora, operating it 3 to 4 days a week based on summer student capacity and other staff capacity that we have. But happy to begin leading that. And over the next 1 and 2 years, we're going to be having 2 more purchased of those decontamination stations, 1 operating in the Dryden area and 1 operating in the Fort Francis area. One important thing to note is that they are mobile. They are on a trailer, so we are able to move them to different dock areas. We are able to take them to different fishing tournaments. We are able to take them to any community that's interested in having them in the community and using them. So mobile, and happy to bring them across the territory as needed and get more awareness for invasive species management and help prevent aquatic invasive species spread across Treaty 3. And we've been doing a lot of different monitoring, outside of invasive species and water quality. We've been doing, starting up species at risk monitoring, microplastics monitoring, and over the years we've been collecting a lot of different environmental monitoring equipment. So one thing that we've been starting to put into place in terms of policies and protocols is developing a Treaty 3 environmental monitoring equipment bank that communities and community members will have access to, and able to rent equipment free of charge. And as part of that, TPU staff here can help develop monitoring plans. We can lead training on the equipment, and really just putting all this equipment that we have to good use and making it available to communities and community members to lead their own environmental monitoring for whatever we have the capacity to lead or help them lead throughout this year and many years going into the future, and hopefully expanding on that as time goes by. So that being said, I will hand it over to Jordan, who's going to lead us through some policy updates. One last thing is, we are still leading community-based water monitoring and a lot of different other monitoring across Treaty 3. So if you want to learn more about it, I'll be here over the next couple of days as well, or always reach out to me over phone call, email. Happy to talk about anything.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Hi, everybody. My name is Jordan Benoit. I'm the policy manager for the Territorial Planning Unit. I'm going to keep this brief and quick because I have to coach little kids soccer right away here. And trust me when I say I'd rather be here than coach little kids soccer, so apologies. I know some folks have brought up, and some chiefs have brought up Bill 5 already. That's kind of the big news in Ontario right now. So I'm going to briefly go over Bill 5 and just let everybody know Abraham Benedict will be joining us tomorrow morning to do a more in-depth overview on Bill 5. So Bill 5 updates. Ontario is looking to pass the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. The bill was first introduced to the legislature by the Ministry of Energy and Mines on April 17th for the first reading. The Territorial Planning Unit has been working to analyze the bill, so the compliance team, the stewardship team, and the policy team. And, sorry, I lost my spot. And we sent information out to all the chiefs on the bill, as well as the creation of a briefing note. And we had a MDA, Mineral Development Advisor and Land Managers meeting to discuss the bill as well this past month. The team also the bill proposes amendments to 8 different acts and creates 2 additional acts with the intention of increasing economic development. That's basically what the whole bill is about, is economic development and moving along projects faster. Each amendment has been deemed to have significant impact to environmental and archaeological protections through unilateral decision-making authorities impacting consultation in the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. So that's one of the biggest issues right there. And then the TPU has sent out the comment package to each community and encourages individual letters to be sent out. And we also sent individual letters to each specific amendment to each specific ministry, and we sent those out to the Environmental Registry of Ontario. And we can talk more about it tomorrow, or my colleagues can answer questions right now. Thank you. I'm good.
Thanks, Jordan, and good luck at Kitty Kickers tonight. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucas King. I'm the director of the Territorial Planning Unit. So I know this topic came up earlier, so just want to provide a brief overview and update on the Nuclear Waste Management Organization project or proposed project. And then also a quick update on the resource revenue sharing agreement. So on the resource revenue sharing agreement, we've completed the first 6 years of the agreement, and we're currently just in a process of renegotiating with Ontario a new 5-year agreement. Since the election in Ontario, they have not come back to the table yet, but it will be the same agreement that was in place the last 6 years with the addition of aggregates is the current mandate and approval from Treasury Board in Ontario. So we look to have that in the next few months ratified and out to each of the communities to continue that process in December. In terms of the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, as many of you are aware, as we've had a number of chiefs meetings on this over the winter months, they announced their site selection decision of Revel Lake in November of 2024. Really important in all of this, right? Even though they've selected a site, no one has provided any consent to the project. The next steps in the project for NWMO is to go through Canada's impact assessment process, and then there's also an agreement in place with Wabigoon Lake Nation to go through the Wabigoon assessment process, or the Wabigoon RAP. So both of those processes, right, are the current ones in terms of like decision-making processes that are regulated throughout this. Our current information says that trigger for that regulatory process, which we're all very familiar with in terms of mines operating, the Energy East portfolio, et cetera, will be around like late fall-ish of this upcoming year. Since the site selection time, we've been working on ensuring Canada and the Nuclear Waste Management Organization are respecting and abiding by Manitowoc and Okanagan. So as you've heard in previous meetings, we've been working on harmonization agreements and a regulatory agreement with the NWMO, and then also with the Impact Assessment Agency and Canada Nuclear Safety Commission. Both of those agreements are still in the works and will come to each of you to review before anything is signed or anything like that. We're working to get NWMO, IAC, CNSC back to the tables again right now as different elections and NWMO's changeover to their regulatory process has caused some delays. And then to answer a couple of the questions that came up earlier in terms of the status of the relationship agreement. So the budget, or what had been expended in March, was sent out to each of you. I can resend that in the next couple days. We are looking at continuously, obviously, closing our books for the 24-25, so we're working on all that reporting, and we'll send you out that final report. The relationship agreement with NWMO did finish on March 31st, so we do not have a current agreement with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. There is outstanding commitments that the NWMO does have to Grand Council Treaty 3, one of those being a regulatory agreement, that commitment to Manitowoc and Okanagan. So we will be, of course, trying to work towards those processes, as that's the current mandate, to increase and assert the decision-making authority of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 in the table here. The big piece of the puzzle, too, that has some time considerations is each of you have in front of you, and this was sent out this spring as well, is the legal options. We did have a meeting in February to go through some of those options, and the mandate was to provide some numbers that go along with those strategies. So happy to have a further discussion in the next couple days on that legal strategy and on some of the potential options for litigation stuff if the Assembly is interested in that. Really important note here is we will have to build up that funding capacity to be able to take on some of these litigations, as we can't use NWMO funds obviously for that, and we don't currently have an agreement with them as well. So on that is our update on the NWMO and RS projects.
Ani, Bojo, Kiwet and Noda Indishnakas, Makwa and Dodem, Wabgoniza, Gaigan and Ishnabeg and Donjaba. My name's Lindsay Bain. I'm the Regulatory Compliance Manager in the TPU. And I'm just going to be providing some updates on what our team's been doing on Manitowoc and Oknagewan compliance. So it's more of an open discussion, or open to more of an open discussion, but our team has been hard at work engaging with Treaty 3 communities on what compliance to Anishinaabe and Oknagewan looks like. Over the last year, we've held 4 Youth and Elder Regional Learning Days in Nigugusiminakaning on August 22nd, Onigaming October 4th, Red Lake November 23rd, Buffalo Point April 26th, and we had a follow-up session on the Treaty 3 drum, or the People's Drum, on February 4th. And we're planning a wrap-up session kind of celebrating success and sharing all of what we heard back in Nigugusiminakaning as they requested sometime next month. So some of the key items that have been shared throughout sessions were the need to uphold Manitowoc and Oknagewan over Crown processes, the need to bring Manitowoc and Oknagewan back to ceremony for national reaffirmation, and harmonization of community and nation-based decision-making. Our team, particularly Kevin Sumner, who's our policy advisor, has prepared an Manitowoc and Oknagewan implementation report that's in your packages, as well as a briefing note that will coincide with the launch of the project's applications portal following direction from Resolution CA 2309. The report has questions we'd humbly welcome feedback or direction on, but it has the following recommendations. All Treaty 3 lands, including municipalities and parks, require approvals through Manitowoc and Oknagewan. Consultation processes respect community processes and protocols while supporting the vision of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. And with the portal, it was recommended that proponents will need to apply to the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 through the portal, and there will be required disclosures and fees relating to applications. The team continues to emphasize through all processes that no decision should be made without community consent. The purpose of this work and implementation is to remove unilateral decision-making of approvals, impacts, and participation from the Crown, and again, work through that harmonized model for sustainable development now and into the future. An example of this current work being done is with the Experimental Lakes area that is working alongside the TPU and elders to understand what ongoing approvals for projects and activities on the land looks like at the Experimental Lakes area. 2 documents have been developed through this work. One is a relationship agreement and one is a living document. So talking about our values, principles, and then the day-to-day policy process, how to get the work done, kind of thing. So yeah, welcome you reading that.
All right, thanks, Lindsay. Bonjour, you wait nebe Senegal, nige gusto Minakani and ONG, most do them. Let's give it up for a good round of applause for my team here. Good job, guys. Good reporting. So miigwech for the chiefs that are able to stick around. I have a challenge for yous. So back, I don't know if it was earlier this year, we had a special chiefs assembly in Winnipeg. And I opened the floor for discussions regarding Manitowoc and Oknagewan. And at that time, there was eight communities that assented to Manitowoc and Oknagewan. So my challenge to you, chiefs, is to come on board so we can operationalize Manitowoc and Oknagewan. That process is simple. It's a letter. So being a National Assembly, you know, the community members that are listening, help us achieve Manitou Kina Kanagawan. There's some success stories already in place that have taken place. Revenue resource sharing, highway twinning, the Waskin project, Belfast, and there's others out there. So we know it works. We just need some onboarding. So I don't know who we need to tell, who we need to talk to, you know. But I'm looking at who I need to talk to. Yours are in front of me, so help us get this up and running, operationalized. We need to help us with the changes in legislation. You know, we need to work together. We can achieve better deals. Help us push towards treaty governance and harmonizing by acting as a nation. So, you know, my challenge is simple. Just send us a letter so we can move forward and, you know, live the potential of what Manitowoc can do for us as a nation. So having said that, you know, like, the floor is open. So if you have any questions, concerns, don't all put your hands up at once.
Bonjour. I just want to make some comments regarding NWMO. It's a very pretentious subject with leadership and also our members of the treaty area. I know I, for one, have always believed to take a stand on anything to protect our people. But NWMO is not just about taking a stand for our people, it's taking a stand for our earth. I know I had a talk with Chief of Migize Zagegan, and she's fighting for her people. But this is not a one nation fight. This is our national fight within this room. And we have to take a stand. We have to have a plan moving forward. You know, we talked about that earlier today. You know, my community has vested interest in that area. We have commercial fishing licenses there. We have harvesting rights in that area. But I think we should take this, I don't want to say fight. Challenge is more like it. I like that word, challenge. Because all we're doing is we're exerting our treaty right. That's all we're doing. We're exerting our treaty right. And we're protecting the land that we're the stewards of. You know, Chief Horton talked about the sturgeon. Still alive today from the prehistoric era. And he's protecting the sturgeon. You know, when I came into this role, I didn't come into this role not to say anything, not to share my thoughts. Because as a leader of my community, I want their voices heard. And that's the thing moving forward. Let's just not talk about it. Let's have a plan moving forward. You know, it's for the future of our treaty area, our members, and future generations. Bisete go wikitoan. Migoch.
Miigwech, Chief Tom. So before we wrap up this part, I'm also gonna, sorry? Oh, sorry, let me finish first and then I'll go to you. So we do also have Chief Briere who wanted to just provide a quick update as well. So I think we're gonna go to Fred first and we'll go to you, Chief McVicker, okay? Elder Fred.
Miigwech. Today, I'm going to Shiva Sema Quantigo, Kishiway Tunga. Okamavan Sige and the Genekas, Roshkovaneski. Vishondo Nimiteo. Where I'm coming to you from is my name, Kind Walking Bear. Thunder Voice is my second name. Okamavan named like these drums. And Roshkovanes. The blue-green. Fidensi. I will speak to you first in my language, and I don't mean to be here all night. So I'll get down to the points. And if I raise my voice, I'm not angry. I'm speaking on emphasis. Get a point across. I stand here in front of you recovering from a major surgery that I just had. My surgeon told me I'd advise that you do not travel. I said, but I'm going in the midst of sacred grandfathers, the flags, our people that give us collective healing by getting together. That's where I'm going. And he said, you just be careful then. So here I am. I don't mean to talk about myself when I talk about the operation. I'm talking about that commitment to the grandfathers and my commitment to you people. We just had a very brief commentary here as to precedents. Well, let me give you some other precedents, not to correct you, but rather to add to that commitment that you're talking about. And let me ask you a question first. Ani minik te with the mata go na shnaveg. The English question is, how many of you really believe that you are the land? None? I'm asking you this question because that's the way it is. That's a fact. When our people said, for instance, in Mount Dovanes at the time of the treaty, when they were asked, will you obey and live by the laws of the Queen? His response was, I will tell you what the Great Spirit told us when he planted us here to live, govern ourselves rightly. Words to those effect. Those are the English words. Anishinaabe words was, we shingi potake nego non awe mane to oma king. Potake nego non. Planted us here. No different from the trees, the plants, all the animals that were placed here, to whom we are dependent upon for life. We are the land. We are intrinsic to the land, inseparable. That's why we are Anishinaabe. And if you believe that, any incursion upon Mother Earth is your mother. That's an incursion upon your mother. Would you just stand by when your mother, your grandmothers are being attacked and violated? I say, I don't think any of you would stand for that. And so I believe that the four sacred ladies who are responsible for having created part of the creation and bring us forth through the birth water, that we were placed here as men to protect the integrity of motherhood. And I don't mean this in a romantic, in a prosaic term, as the noble savage talking about the beauty of Mother Earth in poetic terms. I'm talking about facts. Each one of you men, my brothers, no matter how old you are still Mummy's little boy. And your mother is part of that land on which we walk. And all the others, Nana Vojo would say, when you talk to the creation, which is where the word Nichi comes from. So I'm telling you some of these precedents, not as prosaic legends, but as facts. We talk about the 7 grandfather teachings. What about the 7 grandmother teachings? There's no separation. They are not teachings. They are not grandfather prosaic terms. They are laws of creation. Which includes the 7 grandfather teachings: love, kindness, sharing, respect, truth, courage, and humility. Those are laws of the Creator. They do not exist in a codified criminal code or civil code or called the Canadian Constitution. That's what the Nakonege means. I was going to talk about that tomorrow. I don't have to talk about it tomorrow because I'm trying to get to the point here very quickly. The Creator gave us instructions that we should live by. It doesn't tell us we have to live by. We hear words, beautiful words like sovereignty in the English language. What does that mean? In the English language, what people are trying to describe when they talk about sovereignty is life, reason, will, and freedom. The ability through our life to reason things out, as we're doing here. And then the ability to act on that through our freedom and the will to act. That's what we mean by sovereignty. I have read volumes of sovereignty. All it means is the Creator's freedom given to us. When you're getting together here, you're talking about together seeking the good life and wellness for your people. Mi är ga not stowing or bagyo na viting. Oga kiton. Gives da gonadik no go give shum sanadik. Chapitan da gozat. Gives da gonadik no go vinesio. Gives da gonadik no go at soka na ga ya and go bagita kimena. At Chief Horton's reserve last summer, we got together. And we went back to the name, Treaty 3, from Treaty 3 territory to Manitoaki. I haven't heard that once in this gathering, and I am not raising hell about that. All I'm saying is that's what we're standing on, Manitoaki. Over the years, I've been called upon with challenges like we've just been issued. I don't shy away from that. In other words, when our Grand Chief, Ogishita, What that means is the ability to protect, lay your life down, like that bear that's written over here. To lay your life down for your children and your people. And you've overcome the fear. Now you live in courage. And so each one of you will give you have those kind of responsibilities. I'm not asking you to lay your life down. I'm asking you if you're prepared to really, as the challenge goes, to activate what we talked about, rather than just pass resolutions and records of decision, but rather to live the laws that were given to us, not act on them and codify them and discuss them. Our people, our ancestors told us, when there's Canada operates on the basis of peace, order, and good government. United States operates on the basis of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do they live by those? Peace, order, and good government. What do they mean by good government? Rough shot over everybody, especially the First Nations. We met at Shoal Lake some years ago, 2 or 3 decades ago, and we asked the Ministry of Natural Resources, will you agree to the treaty that we were talking about, and will you sign? And he said, we will sign and abide by the treaty to which we are a signatory. And we're not a signatory to Treaty 3. We're a signatory to Treaty 9. I asked Treaty 9, see, are they a signatory? And they use the complete word of BS, especially in the spirit and intent of it. So you see, are they going to consult with us? Are they going to believe us? Whatnot? No, that's the purpose of this particular legislation, to run roughshod over us again. Now, the precedents. When I asked you earlier, how can you go wrong when you're sitting amongst the sacred grandfathers? And have our ancestors deserted us? Our ancestral parents, our ancestral grandmothers, our ancestral grandfathers, our actual grandmothers and grandfathers, have they deserted us? They're still here and they're listening. And so I'm asking you, not so much in a challenge, but I'm asking you that we don't obey laws, we do not codify them. What we do is we write the spirit and intent of what was intended, because we're an oral society. That's the purpose of our written laws, not to look pretty on some frame. When I said peace, order, and good government for Canada, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness by the United States, ours is. There's 2 words that our ancestors have always lived by. 2 words. All of creation to live in harmony. Following the laws of creation, which includes what we refer to as those 7 teachings. But we do not forget the grandmothers when we talk about grandfathers. We talk about all of us. So when I say that, that's the point I'm getting at from. And we're told we don't read them, we don't recite them, we live them. And so that's the difference between Western society, what they refer to Western democracy. That's what we live by. For our children. As our ancestors said, and I thank them for hearing us and listening to us. How many generations of ancestral grandfathers and grandmothers came together before? This humble Anishinaabe, when I say humble, because that's what I'm totally dependent on all creation. And that's the way we are, and so we ask for that help. So when it comes to defend that, in 19 '79, when they start talking about the creation of the Canadian Constitution, that is not our Constitution. But we participated to help Canada get its act together. And there were some discussions that they were not really getting anywhere. But I'll tell you what happened. This is a major precedent. Treaty 3, in the form of my brother, John Kelly, who happened to be the Grand Chief at the time, went to the shake tent. Elder Counselor did that shake tent, a high shake tent. And I went and got the poles for that. And we did that. And then we were told one of us will carry the message, which was the Grand Chief, and one of you will carry ribbons. Alex Keed is the one that carried those. And I was given the responsibility to carry the replica of that shake tent, shaped and colored the same things. When I was brought into the First Ministers' Conference, I had to go through security, and they wanted to know what was in that tent. So I showed it to them. This is it. Have a look. And he said, there's nothing in there. Hold that thought. Because you see, it's like in Medewan. You see a little shell, which you get migas, and you see nothing in there. But if you see nothing in there, that's fine. Hold that thought. But really, in Medewan, everything that you need in life is in that shell, but you don't see it. You see the difference in perspectives. That's really what I'm talking about. They think that they can write a piece of legislation that's going to do away with us. Come again. How many times have they tried to do away with us? We're pesky Indians. We're in the way, but we're not Indians and we're not pesky. We're Anishinaabe. We belong to the land. That land you're talking about that you want to despoil, that you want to destroy, that you've already done, hold a thought. You ain't going to destroy the land because you're going to try and destroy us as well. Am I right on that? No bloody way are you going to be able to do that. So, when we did that every morning. Prime Minister Trudeau at that time, who I became acquainted with, I was the one that went around with the pipe, giving it to the first ministers. Rennie Levesque gave up his chair, and he said, if you need more to speak, use my chair. And he never did sign because they turned his back on him, and they concluded the deal overnight without his absence, or in his absence. So, you think they're going to do this in our absence? They may. They may do that, but they're not going to get away with it. You see, we are a determined people because we are here by the graces of, not by the province, not by Canadian government. I am not Indian under the Indian Act. I am Kishava Semako under the laws of creation. And that's who I am. And that's what I'll be talking about tomorrow, but I won't go into that great detail right now. But what I want to point out to you is that what we've done so far by way of common decision are decisions that we live by. Not to recite to anybody else, yes, but we will write certain things to support other peoples. That is the way of the Anishinaabe. And don't ever forget, we are the largest nation north of Mexico. And I'll tell you something else. We may have lost a few battles. We have never lost a war. Those are my words of encouragement to you when I speak to you and in answer to that challenge. Please respond to that challenge in the affirmative and come together, because this is not only an issue for Grand Council Tree number 3, but it is an issue of Mareto Aki. And Mareto Aki Nakon again speaks to that. My brothers and sisters, thank you for taking the time to listen to me, but also understand that these drums that we're singing, the beautiful words that were spoken by the previous panel, and this one, and the previous panels, all speak the same. We are here for Minota Gitoin, Kanandoiv Matzin, Kitavinochi Minanik, Ginisha Minota Gitoat. That's why we're here, as our ancestors did. And our future ancestors will be able to remember what it is that we had decided.
Grab that one. Miigwech. That was the great Elder Fred Kelly. So miigwech for that. So next we're going to go to Chief McVicker, and then after that we're going to go to Chief Briere.
Bushu. I was just going to ask maybe if the technicians could send like a draft letter around to the chief that assents to Manitoaki, because that helps sometimes. It just brings it up to the top of our email, and now it's on our mind, and it is important that we do that. And it makes me think at the same time about the bedtime reading that you gave us, which we've read before and we've had presentations on. But since that time, just thinking about it, there was also mention of the Big No challenge, right? Which would require us to operationalize MAI. So we don't have much leg to stand on unless we hurry up and get that going and operationalize it so that we can make a challenge that's based on our law, on our treaty, on our inherent rights, rather than these challenges are kind of procedural challenges. They don't provide a remedy for us. The big no, the ask, which would be no, not here. You need our consent, and you don't have it. And this is what it's about, and so we need to do that. So I appreciate what Chief Allen said, what Chief Tom said, and what Elder Kelly said. Thank you, miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief McVicker. We're going to go over to Chief Briere.
I am sorry to inform you, Chief Briere has left the building. He took off with Elvis. I just want to introduce one of my band members. She's also legal counsel, but I'm really hoping she's going to be quick with this, and she is a lawyer, so we'll see what happens. Sarah Maidville from JFK.
Miigwech, everyone. Miigwech for the chief's patience and being here. I'm glad I'm no longer a Treaty 3 chief because I don't have this kind of patience to be here, and I really appreciate it. I'm here to speak about Bill 5, Ontario's legislation. We've been following this as a law firm. I also want to appreciate the drums and the Eagle staffs and everyone for being here, the Ogichita, and just to give some more detail from a legal standpoint, some of the challenges that you might see with Bill 5, and maybe at the end I can speak to some of the things that Treaty 3 might think about doing regarding our relationship with the province of Ontario. So I'm here to speak about the threat to our nation, our lands, our waters, and our future. This Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act is not about protection for us. It's a direct assault on our inherent jurisdiction. It runs roughshod over their treaty obligations and respectful sharing within Treaty 3. It runs roughshod over our livelihoods and self-determination as the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. Anishinaabe Nation of Treaty 3 have never ceded our lands. We agreed to share them. This bill ignores that fundamental truth. It's reminiscent of that colonial St. Catharines milling decision that dismissed our title, rights, and the sacred obligations of Treaty 3. Our inherent jurisdiction, which we exercise through our laws in Okanagan, which carries across generations for all of our relations and generations to come, is being undermined by a provincial government that seeks to legislate over us without our consent. The bill grants unconstitutional dictator-like powers to a provincial cabinet, centralizing decision-making and bypassing meaningful engagement with us as a distinct nation. The creation of these special economic zones, or SEZs, where provincial and municipal laws can be suspended, is designed to remove legal avenues for reconciliation. There's no oversight mechanisms for First Nations within these zones. The government claims the duty to consult will not be compromised, yet the bill itself bypasses consultation processes and limits opportunities for our consent. There's a glaring omission in any reference to the right to free, prior, and informed consent, a standard we demand for any projects affecting our territory, Manitoulin Key. This bill falls far short of that. Duty to consult, if you know, is based on a singular sovereignty in Canada, the sovereignty of Crown governments over all people, including Indigenous groups. FPIC is the recognition that there is pre-existing governments and pre-existing laws, such as Manitoulin and Okanagan, that we within our own government can make legitimate self-determination decisions, such as saying yes or no to development in the 55,000 square miles of Manitoulin Key. Bill 5 proposes to weaken the Endangered Species Act and replace it with the weaker Species Conservation Act. This will shift protection decisions from scientists to cabinet who will prioritize economic growth over species protection and narrow the definition of the term habitat. This directly impacts our treaty rights to hunt, fish, trap, and all of those, all our relations dependency on healthy ecosystems. Our stewardship responsibility within the 55,000 square miles, the land, the water of Treaty 3 is being directly challenged. The vast peatlands in our territory, crucial carbon stores, are vulnerable. If you look to Nan and the territory that includes the Ring of Fire, this is probably job number one as far as these special economic zones. The bill also allows cabinet blanket exemptions from archaeology laws. This could lead to the irreversible harm and destruction of sacred sites, burial grounds, and other culturally significant areas, a violation of our sacred responsibility to preserve our heritage and our ancestors. The bill attempts to limit our ability to seek judicial review and explicitly bars claims for compensation if tenure is denied or revoked. It seeks to prohibit lawsuits against the government for actions taken under this law. It's our legal avenues are curtailed. It leaves our nation and Treaty 3 communities with fewer options to defend our rights, potentially leading to more conflict on the ground. The bill jeopardizes the constitutional protected Aboriginal treaty rights of Indigenous peoples enshrined in Section 35. Leaders and senior lawyers like myself, we've repeatedly called this legislation unconstitutional. The Ontario government may offer amendments, like amending the preamble, but of course that's not enough. First Nations are demanding this bill be withdrawn entirely, and that the province start over with meaningful nation-to-nation consultation, rights, perspectives, and interests in our treaty. Our treaty is not red tape. Ontario bill stands in stark contrast to Manitoulin and Okanagan, our perspective of how we can harmonize the administration of our jurisdiction. Undermining Anishinaabe jurisdiction and sovereignty is not the next first step to reconciliation. It continues to ignore Manitoulin and Okanagan, and it will not provide more space for the coexistence of our sovereignty or our laws. We won't be in a place to protect our Mother Earth. Bill 5, by enabling the provincial government to unilaterally create these special economic zones where provincial and municipal laws can be suspended, centralizing power within the executive branch, meaning that it's the cabinet that's making all these decisions, is going to be a major problem to our ability to go to court to protect our rights. It imposes a top-down provincial authority over lands where MAI won't be recognized as law. So this idea of Inokne this duty to protect lands from over-usage, degradation, and unethical processes, our ecocentric law is going to be something that will all be but ignored, and we won't be able to go to court, to their courts, in order to protect our rights in their law either. So it's going to create conflict. It's going to create processes where the only thing that we have is to take to the streets, take to the forestry roads, take to the mining roads, and directly engage in public disputes. The environmental laws have not been strong in Ontario in the last 10 years. They're going to be significantly undermined in the next 2 years, where they expect to, the province of Ontario expects to create some major projects on behalf of the public and the economy. We will have few tools in order to resist projects, and I heard mention of there being significant mining activity that's impacting our connection to our territory, to our waters, and to our sacred responsibilities, and that's going to pose a significant problem. The bill makes no mention of free, prior, and informed consent. I know that there has been political approaches to folks about making meaningful participation in these economic projects, but meaningful participation simply means that we'll have resource revenue sharing, but no say how a project is created, how environmental protection decisions are made, and potentially could mean that it's an all or nothing situation where we have only a check to account for the loss of our rights and responsibilities. So Bill 5 is really, there's nothing to save in Bill 5. There's nothing that's attractive about Bill 5, except that it simply is the way to fast track more mining activity, more forestry activity in this east-west pipeline, I think, that the premiers have met about recently. One of the things that I feel like we can do is, because the consultation process, be it what it was the legislation was introduced in April 17, 2025. There's been last week a deadline to participate in that legislative process. I know on April 22nd, there was a press release by Chiefs of Ontario criticizing the bill. There was a briefing note that was provided by Chiefs of Ontario. There was a gathering at Queen's Park yesterday to voice opposition in the press conference there. The Anishinaabe Nation, AIAI, Anishinaabeg, Tamagami, and the Youth Council were there. There's hyperlinks to statements made by AIAI, NAN, and the Anishinaabe Nation on this website. There's no information about Grand Council Treaty 3 and where we stand, and we haven't really been included in this work so far. But my recommendation, what Grand Council Treaty 3 can do, is make a strong statement on the Grand Council website in direct communication with the ministers, Rickford, Lecce, and Premier Ford. We may, of course, we're going to hear from ORC Abram Benedict tomorrow about the coordinated government relations, but I don't think we should continue to be sitting on the sidelines and not being part of that chorus of great opposition to Bill 5. And I think we have a very special voice. We, of course, intervened in the Mather decision, proving that Premier Ford was wrong in cutting the climate change targets. There's now a special process being developed, and because Grand Council Treaty 3 intervened, you are a party to those discussions and how to do climate change better. And so you have a specific voice that was heard at the Ontario Court of Appeal. You have a very special voice, especially given that we have already written and served notice with Manitoulin and Nakanagewin that we do uphold our own sacred law. Another thing that I think that's very important to do as far as the important theme of this assembly, moving forward in unity, honoring our teachings, is to really think about what's happening in our territory in Manitoulin today, consider those projects, and focus on one of those that is a real affront to our jurisdiction, with our jurisdiction in our territory, and potentially the first move towards a very important and clear implementation of our Manitoulin and Nakanagewin on a unified front, and making sure that Premier Ford is very well aware that we're all standing behind our law. There's mining activity happening. There's this potential east-west pipeline. We have probably a hydroelectric transmission project being revived. So those are all possibilities, but I think it's very important to have a strong, unified voice of opposition towards Bill 5. Join the course with the Chiefs of Ontario, but be very specific on how this actually infringes something. It infringes our jurisdiction. I think there have been general claims made across by the chiefs through the Chiefs of Ontario process, but it's so generalized that people don't understand, what the problem is. And I think we can make very specific and solid assertions that this is, in fact, unconstitutional. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Sarah. We're going to go over to a member of our Women's Council.
Hi, bonjour. I just have a question because it was my understanding that we had a spring assembly in Winnipeg. I'm not too sure how many years ago. Lucas, perhaps you could answer this. But it was there during that National Assembly that all 28 chiefs voted unanimously assenting to Manitoulin and Nakanagewin. So I'm a little confused as to where that, where and who rescinded their vote and ascension to Manitoulin and Nakanagewin. Some of the good things that came from that vote and that activation of Manitoulin and Nakanagewin was we had an M&R issue in our traditional territory of Lac Seul, and it was through the direction of my chief, Chief Bull Ogichita, and the chiefs of Treaty 3 during that same assembly to go back and visit that sacred site that was desecrated as a result of the M&R giving permission to an outfitter to build a fly-in remote camp. So I did that. I went there and I visited the site. We went with spiritual items, offerings, tobacco ties, and that was my understanding, the first call to action under that unanimous vote, Manitoulin and Nakanagewin. And as a result of that call to action, just recently, my chief and our leadership and the family involved in this traditional territory and trap line sat down with the M&R. And the M&R gave us the impression that, again, they were premature in their decision, and there wasn't a proper environmental assessment done. They are recognizing Manitoulin and Nakanagewin and possibly rescinding their decision and authorization to this outfitter to build that lodge in that traditional territory of Lac Seul. So those are some of the benefits of Manitou Akinanakanagewan and utilizing that law. And now the MNR has asked us to meet with them to help educate them and share our knowledge of Manitou Akinanakanagewan and what it is and how it governs us, how we are Manitou Akinanakanagewan, how it governs us, and how it governs our communities and our nation. And now I'm hearing that there was now it wasn't unanimous, because I was under the impression that it was unanimous and all the chiefs voted unanimously. So why are we still asking for support and ascension when that ascension took place? I don't know how many spring assemblies ago, but it was my last term, I believe. But in echoing what Sarah has talked about, I just want to encourage and empower all of you in believing that you are Manitou Akinanakanagewan. And when we have pressing issues like this, such as Bill 5, we need to have somebody print out that bill and have that document sitting with our grandfathers and our grandmothers so they can look at that over the days that we sit and come together in assembly. You have to believe in the spirit of these sacred items and the power of spirit and the power of the spirit of these pipes, these drums. We have our treaty pipes here. Therefore, the spirit of treaty, those spirits that helped write our treaties, are here with us. And you have to remember that. And I'm here to serve you as a reminder. Don't forget that. Bring those bills. Bring that NWMO. Bring those documents. Have those documents sitting with the grandfathers and grandmothers so that they can look at that. And they can go forward. They can clear the path. They can remove those challenges, those threats, those barriers. We have to remember who we are. And like our elder Fred Kelly said, we are Manitou Akinanakanagewan. And I said that day, all the chiefs voted unanimously for Manitou Akinanakanagewan. And I echo that again here today. Miigwech.
I believe she had asked a question just kind of clarifying on the motion, the resolution, the unanimous decision that was made, not sure how many years ago, but she remembers it vividly. So I'm not too sure if anyone can speak to that. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, so 3-4 years ago, right, Mona? Yeah, the passing of and support of the Manitou Akinanakanagewan Toolkit unanimously and pushing forward towards the Manitou Akinanakanagewan and the NIBI Pathways Forward report. So yeah, that was passed unanimously. And I think the reference to the challenge, right, is that individual community ascension and those pieces that still we're looking to come forward. A lot of what you mentioned afterwards has stemmed from that work with the Manitou Akinanakanagewan Toolkit and doing those education and learning sessions with MNR, Ontario Public Service, ECCC. We've done a number of sessions that way to educate bureaucrats on what the processes are and how to abide by Anishinaabe and Okanagewan and the principles when you enter into the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 in Manitoua Key. So,
Does that help clarify? Yes?
yeah, and there's lots of, like we were speaking about it at our meeting last night, like the written ascension to the law versus like the practice and the ceremonial ascension that's occurred, right? And as Chief Allen mentioned, there's a lot of amazing examples throughout the nation of practice and utilization and respect of Manitoua Key and Okanagan. So the challenge is continuing to just push that forward and putting that in the face of the Crown and the province, right? To say, you know, this is what the expectation is when you enter into the nation.
Just to add on to that, having the strength of that, as well as just clarification on a lot of the questions that we put in that implementation report, it will help to guide what compliance means and bridging the information gap, or making sure that we're actually able to harmonize the administration. So things like, is it all projects that fall under the scope of Manitoua Key and Okanagan? Is it certain designated projects that fall under Manitoua Key and Okanagan? Is it all lands in Treaty 3? There's a whole laundry list of questions in there that us as technicians would really like clarification on, because we can build out frameworks, but unless we have guidance that we're moving in the right direction and this is what the nation wants in terms of operationalizing our law, then yeah, it's really just clarifying next steps. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So thank you for raising that, and thank you for providing that clarification as well. So like I said, we are nearing the end of wrapping up this discussion. We are going to go to Elder Fred Kelly.
Miigwech again, very briefly. You can essentially eliminate all this discussion about the administration of that. What I spoke about when we first developed this Manitoua Key and Okanagan back in the 70s, pursuant to Bill Fotts and all that. What I was talking about then was the harmonization of the administration of jurisdiction. A mouthful of legalese, which simply means get doing it, do it. And what I heard from that, from the previous panels, including yours, you are doing it. But you're not going back to that document and see what you see if the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and whatnot. You, in fact, are doing it, okay? But you're getting the guidance, spiritual guidance from the spirit and intent of what was written, but not the letter of that particular thing, because we are still an oral society by virtue of our inherent rights of implementing the jurisdiction that we have. The written part of it is not the law. The sacred part of the law is the law. The administration is just what you use to harmonize the administration of jurisdiction with other jurisdictions as needed. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Fred. All right, is there any other comments or anything? Oh, Chief.
Oh, miigwech oe ka tabach moik ka goitoik miigwech ndikit kenin gibisandoin in ke gagi gitoing. I just want to say to miigwech for all your questions on behalf of my community as I sit on the Environmental Chiefs Committee. The support that I hear in a sense of moving forward and working together collectively as a nation. Manitoua Key, kakitut, the name Magan, I gainin is Buckstandam, Miigwech, and Kegi Kituan, Maginamat the Bian Nagatenamak, Mejaga ganigiat, Numirshum Sananik, Nukamisananik, Umama and Dete Gewina, Nibu Gewina ga Natiziat, in K Wabanda Moat, Mejaga in K Chijanaguk, in K Tisagoing Oe. Megwich dish to get the Oe Gagina, the chiefs that I sit with. I just want to say Chimigwich Gagina for your voice and your efforts and your comments that you make during sessions, but also being at meetings like this. So just want to say Chimigwich. Oh, Miigwech.
Well said, Chief. So seeing I'm not signaled for any other comments or questions, this wraps up this portion of the Environmental Chief's update. We are going to move the social update to tomorrow morning. So we are going to continue on. I think that means we continue on the National Assembly then tomorrow morning. And then we're going to end that with the social update, and then I think record of decision, and then that will close the National Assembly tomorrow. So as you notice, we do have our singers back. They are ready to lead us in a song in a good way. But first, we are doing door prize draws. So I do have a winner here. It is Cindy Taylor for this basket of goodies. Is Cindy still here? If Cindy's away, we'll make sure we get that to her. Miigwech. Do you have any other comments you'd like to say? No, that's good. No? Okay. All right, so I'll let the drum not close the whole assembly or anything, but take us into the next step with that song. So miigwech, everyone. Miigwech. So we will see everyone back here at 9 a.m. We're going to try make this one of the sharpest 9 a.m.s ever. We're going to get started with our cultural protocol tomorrow. We're going to finish off our social update, and then we're going to have our Ontario Regional Chief join us and perhaps some other dignitaries. So drive safe, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Oh, and breakfast is going to be served as well. We have a full line of meals tomorrow, breakfast, lunch, and our fish fry. So we'll see you tomorrow. Miigwech.